Thank you. Welcome to the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council Planning Committee on the 2nd of July 2020. I will start by asking Democratic Services Officer Mr. Tyler to read out the housekeeping notice regarding how this Skype meeting will be managed.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone present follow these ground rules for speaking. Only speak when invited to by the Chairman. State your name before you speak if you have not been introduced by name already. Mute your microphone when you are not talking. After the committee has heard from the planning officer and received written statements from the public and ward councillors, the Chairman will ask committee members who wish to speak to do so by typing RTS, request to speak, in the instant message conversation panel on the bottom left-hand side of your screen and click the arrow button to send. Please note this panel is visible to all parties. Please do not use this panel for any other purpose than requesting to speak. The Chairman will ask officers to respond or clarify as required, and if at any point you would like to speak again, please type RTS, request to speak, once more. Please note that when the vote is taken, the Chairman will read out the name of each committee member in turn, and they will need to indicate whether they are voting for or against the move, or are abstaining from the vote altogether. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I will now ask each person participating in the meeting to state their name and role. Myself, I am Councillor Simon Bull and I am Chairman. Councillor Simon McCormack.
Councillor McCormack, Vice Chair.
Councillor Barron.
Councillor Barron, Councillor for Parkstone Ward. Thank you.
Councillor Bartlett.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett, Redhill and Northbourne Ward and member of this committee.
Councillor Davies.
Councillor Davies, Councillor for East Southbourne and Tacton.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hall.
Chairman, Peter Hall, Town Centre Councillor for Christchurch.
Councillor Hilliard.
Paul Hilliard, Ward Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson. I'll come back. Councillor Dion.
Yeah, Councillor Brian Dion, Councillor in Penhill, substituting for Councillor David Kelsey.
Councillor Lepardovin.
Marion Lepedvin, Councillor for Newtown and Heatherlands Ward.
Councillor Lawton.
Councillor Bob Lawson, West Southbourne Ward.
Bit of an echo on that one. Councillor O'Neill.
Councillor Tony O'Neill, Councillor Penhill Ward.
Councillor Stribley.
Anne Stribley, Parkstone Ward Councillor.
Councillor Trent.
Tony Trent, Oldney Bourne Valley.
Going back to Councillor Johnson. I can see he's there. He's typed into the sidebar that he's there. He's having microphone troubles. So I'll go on to the officers. Mr. Gould.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Simon Gould, Development Management Manager.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Evans, Development Management Team Leader.
Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chair. David Hodges, Development Management Team Leader.
Mrs. Barrable.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm the Senior Planning and Highways Solicitor and the Legal Advisor for the Planning Committee.
Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Joe Tyler, Democratic Services and Overview and Scrutiny Officer. I will be clerking for this meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition, there are officers from Democratic Services providing technical support to the meeting. I shall now move on to the agenda items for this meeting. Apologies. I will ask the Democratic Services Officer, Mr. Tyler, if there are any apologies for this meeting.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We have received apologies for absence from Councillor Beverley Dunlop and Councillor David Kelsey. And that brings us to item 2, substitute members. As we've already heard, Councillor Brian Dion is substituting for Councillor David Kelsey for today's meeting. Thank you. Pass you back to number 3.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. If committee members have any declarations of interest, please indicate by typing RTS in the instant messaging conversation panel on the left-hand side of the screen. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It's just for transparency under 6D. It's just to say that on a previous application, I spoke against that. But this new one, I have not gone into details with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No other indications, so I should go on to confirmation of minutes. Oh, Councillor Stribley? Are you coming back on minutes or on declarations of interest?
Sorry, Chairman, I was a bit slow on this one. In Poole, we always used to declare if we'd been lobbied or received representations on applications, and I have on most of the applications that are before us today, but no pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor. I think most of us have received communication through the post or by email, as you say, on most of the applications. Item 4, confirmation of minutes. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I'll assume that the committee agrees to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 11th of June 2020 as an accurate record. Thank you. Item 5, public issues. After the officer presentation on each individual application, I will refer to the Democratic officer to read out any written statements before we hear from any ward councillors who wish to speak. Item 6, the planning applications. And the first one is item 6A, the White House. I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce the road name.
Perhaps I can help you, Chairman. Buccleuch Road.
Buccleuch. Thank you very much. Buccleuch. Quite simple when you know how. Right, I'll just allow Mr. Evans some time to set up his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, since no one said they can't say it, we'll proceed perhaps.
It is now on screen. If anyone, unless anyone indicates, I'll assume you can all see it. Please carry on.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Buccleuch Road, the White House, 24 Buccleuch Road. Proposal is to demolish the existing house, the existing single dwelling on the site, and erect a single block of 10 flats, basement parking beneath. Just to give a general indication for those that aren't familiar with the precise location, bottom end of the avenue, Buccleuch has a junction very close to the southern end of the avenue, close to Branksome Beach. The application site identified in red, substantial single two-storey dwelling, the White House, living up to its name. The plan does exhibit a few discrepancies, and if I can perhaps flag those up for you, you'll see that immediately to the south of the application site, it indicates something slightly different to what's on the Ordnance Survey plan. This was a bungalow that has now been demolished. The drawings that I'll be showing you in many of the photographs will show work proceeding with a block of flats on the adjoining site previously occupied by the bungalow. Let me just highlight while we have this on the screen that slight change in character between the avenue, which I'm sure most of us are familiar with in terms of substantial plots, and then the roads off the avenue, where there is a clear change in character in terms of the grain of the development from the larger plots that sit at the corners of those roads or front onto the avenue generally. Let me again just put that in a little bit more context. 34, the application site, Buccleuch Road, the avenue. Number 56, the avenue, the bungalow that's been demolished and is currently being redeveloped. More of that in a moment. And if I can just put you down to street level and the junction of the avenue and Buccleuch Road. And as you move further into Buccleuch Road, number 32, being this property here, one in from the application site, you'll see the character begins to change, the grain begins to change, and so there is a distinct change, I would suggest, in the grain of development and character once you get beyond those sites fronting onto the avenue. Returning to the scheme at number 56, the avenue, former bungalow, number 34, the White House, the application site visible in the background there, and the development proceeding at the moment on number 56 is for the erection of 11 flats, approved, I believe, last year, previously having been given permission for 9 flats. There was permission given late last year, October 2019, for a revised scheme which added the extra flats onto the roof effectively. So a 4-storey scheme fronting the avenue. While we've got that image on the screen, it's useful to remind ourselves what the character of that part of the avenue is in terms of the frontage, the deep verge, the planted verge, and the substantial highway trees that grow along the verge. Return to the pattern of development, which is something that needs to be considered in this. The application site is outside of the areas that are identified as being the most sustainable locations for development. That's the town centre, the local centres, and within the sustainable transport corridors. But in having regard to this development and arriving in the recommendation that's been put before you today, regards being had to that wider existing context, the stars indicate where there are already either existing flats or flats currently under construction. And of course, members are familiar that once you get to the bottom of the avenue and beyond into Haven Road, that's very much the character. Further north along the avenue, again, very much the character. Mixed character initially of houses and flats, but very much the character as you get further north in terms of the pattern of development. Therefore, whilst it's outside of the most sustainable locations, it's nevertheless in a sustainable location that reflects the existing pattern of development. Moving on to the proposals themselves. The red outline is the footprint of the building before you today. So 10 flats, 2 floors of 4, 2 flats in the roof, and there's a reduction in the footprint of the upper floor, which I will return to. Access from the avenue. So whereas the existing house has a twin access from Buccleuch Road, this proposal would take access off the avenue. The avenue is a classified road, B-class road, and whilst there's normally an expectation of seeking access off the lesser road in the highway in the highway hierarchy, clearly in this case there are very significant benefits in taking access from the avenue rather than from Buccleuch Road, and that's mainly because of character and context. And what I draw your attention to while we've got this drawing is the way that the building is very much focusing itself onto the avenue, not into Buccleuch Road. Very substantial belt of trees at the rear of the site between this site and number 32 next door. Existing street trees, none of which have to be removed to make way for the access, although there is one very poor specimen, and I believe that's been drawn to the attention of our highways colleagues in terms of its safety adjacent to the highway, not rather on the highway. Moving on. Working from the ground up, basement car parking, access in from the avenue down to a basement car park providing space for 14 cars. It does incorporate EV charging points and bike racks. You'll see that in addition to bike racks, there are individual stores that provide more storage for equipment associated with the flats. The access into the basement with what, difficult to see amongst the other things going on there, but with access, with space for one, visitor car parking space before you get to the basement level. So 15 spaces in total, allowing visitor parking and delivery van parking, and a bin store at the frontage for easy collection. Pedestrian highway visibility displays address the nature of the avenue, classified road, B-class road, I believe, and take account of, shall we say, perhaps slightly higher than the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit traffic. So they address the practical aspects and the real speed values of vehicles moving on the avenue, rather than merely addressing the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, which is in place at that point. So, three-storey building sitting above basement car parking. Topography of the site helps in terms of the levels falling down to the south along the east elevation. There's the access in from the avenue. So this being the frontage to the avenue, to Buccleuch Road, I just draw your attention to, I said about the receding upper footprint. So on the top floor, it recedes from that rear building line, and we'll come back to that when we look at that on the plans in a moment. But again, the south elevation to number 56 reflects the proximity of the adjacent block of flats, and the rear element, let's call it the rear elevation to the west, facing number 32, reflects the fact that there is a change in character beyond 34 down to number 32 and beyond. So the fall in height from the 3-storey down to the 2-storey on this rear element, the absence of high level or the reduced number of high level windows on those upper flats, all having regard to the relationship across the rear boundary to the west with number 32. Coming back to how that sits, how the accommodation sits within the scheme, again, the ground floor, 4 flats, the outer line being the footprint of the basement below, with the access going underneath. Similarly, the first floor reflecting a very similar footprint, and then by the time we get to the second floor, you'll see the cutback, the removal of this element of the scheme, such that the aspect to Buccleuch Road begins to drop from the 3-storey element fronting the avenue down to 2-storey as it addresses the 2-storey homes further along Buccleuch Road. All the floor areas of the flats are there on the screen. All of those floor areas meet and significantly exceed, as you would expect in this location, the minimum internal floor areas for flats of the number of bed spaces proposed. Top of the screen, how that then fits into the current and emerging context seen from the avenue. The block of flats currently being built at number 56. These are houses beyond that. These are houses at the corner of Buccleuch Road, recently redeveloped. And the application proposals sit comfortably within that emerging context and character, particularly having regard to the extant permission being built out there at the moment. The CGI slightly misrepresents the scheme in that this is seen without street trees, but it does give you a good indication of the character and scale and nature of the proposed building. When you put the street trees back into that context, you can see that it does, in some respects, recede into the background a little bit more. Again, the 3-storey element, but the change in levels as you progress, not hugely, but there is a change in levels as you go into Buccleuch Road, and there is a dropping level as you go further south down the avenue. Turning to the Buccleuch Road street scene, number 32, the house to the rear, a very substantial band of trees that form the rear boundary between the two properties. I draw attention again to the way that the building is very much orientating itself and presenting itself as an avenue frontage development rather than a Buccleuch Road development. It's receding from the Buccleuch Road frontage. It has no principal access from Buccleuch Road. It drops to 2-storey at the rear. There's a terrace to serve the top floor flats on that rear area, which is about a separation distance of about 18 metres to the boundary, but also with very substantial screening in between. To accommodate the building, I believe there are 2 trees that would have to be removed, but there is substantial opportunity, a significant opportunity for replacement planting around the redeveloped site, and the loss of those 2 trees, which have been identified or have been suggested as being of poor quality, would not be in itself a reason to resist this development. Chairman, the recommendation before you is to approve as set out in the report, and I'm advised that since writing the report we have received a unilateral section 106, and that's subject to that now being scrutinised by legal services to ensure its enforceability. That would secure all of the required mitigations, contributions associated with the development. Therefore, subject to the ratification of that agreement, Chairman, the recommendation is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I will now refer to the Democratic Officer, Mr. Tyler, who will read out the written statements that have been received relating to this application before we pass on to Councillor May Haynes, who will address the committee as the Ward Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We have received 2 statements of objection and 2 statements of support for this application. I will proceed to read out the 2 statements of objection. The first one is from Fiona King, who is a resident of Buccleuch Road. The council have always been mindful of the street scene in Buccleuch Road, taking into account that all of the houses are all large detached houses set in their own grounds. To allow this development of 10 one-bedroom flats would destroy the appearance and character of such a significant road in Branksome Park. The demolition of a house of such character would be sacrilege, and the appearance and character of having a block of flats at the start of such a beautiful road would destroy the street scene completely. There would be a significant increase in noise as a potential of an extra 20 cars would be coming in and out of this new block of flats. And surely the council are mindful of children running down the avenue to get to the beach. There is potential here for a fatal accident. This has to be taken into consideration. I have attached photographs of the intersection of Buccleuch Road coming onto the avenue. It is already dangerous and is obscured by a large tree on the corner. To add a possible 20 additional cars coming onto the avenue would be dangerous. The building will have a detrimental effect to light and street scene, as a large block of flats will take away the light that was previously allowed to come through by there being just one single-storey house. I have also attached photographs of the garden where the large pond is positioned. I have seen newts in this pond and dragonfly, so to say there is no wildlife is ridiculous. There are also many bats living in the trees surrounding this house, which incidentally are all very healthy trees, and it would be completely wrong to cut these down to make way for yet another block of flats. I do hope the council considers all these points when considering this proposal and does the right thing in declining the application to help preserve such a beautiful road. End of statement. I will now read out the second statement of objection from Mr. and Mrs. Muir, who are residents of 17 Buccleuch Road. And just for context, Mr. and Mrs. Muir have dictated their statement to their neighbour Fiona King, and Fiona King has written it out as follows. Mr. and Mrs. George Muir have lived at 17 Buccleuch Road for over 30 years and loved the aspect and beauty of this road. They feel strongly that the block of flats will destroy the aspect of the road and street scene and will be a complete overdevelopment of the plot. It will cause darkness and loss of light as you walk up Buccleuch Road, where once was a house of character. The danger as you come out of Buccleuch Road will intensify due to an increase in cars coming out of the block of flats and onto the avenue. The council have always been mindful of the street scene of character of these older style houses standing in their own grounds. Many applications to split plots have been submitted to develop numerous plots along Buccleuch Road, and the council have always done the right thing in protecting the road and declining these applications. This road is one of the few which has maintained its character and street scene. We hope the council does the right action and declines this application. I will now read out the first of the two statements in support of the application, and this was received by Mrs. Joan Noble, again a resident of Buccleuch Road. I am writing regarding this planning application and give my support to the same for the following reasons. The proposed development is in keeping with others in the area and will obviously be of a high quality design. The proposed development is no higher than any other developments nearby. I understand trees currently infected with honey fungus will be replaced with more disease-resistant trees and will provide better landscaping in the long term. That's the end of the statement. I will now read out the second statement of support from Carol Evans of Evans and Traves Architecture and Town Planning, representing the applicant. The proposal before you is for a high-quality contemporary development of 10 flats. The design has evolved through pre-application discussions and careful consideration of the site's context. The building fronts a part of the avenue characterised by flatted developments. The scale and massing reflects nearby developments, with the landscaping enhancing the setting of the new building to provide homes that make a positive contribution to the character of the area. The key design features are as follows. 1. Reorientation of the frontage of the avenue increases landscaping opportunities and separation distances from the dwellings on Buccleuch Road. 2. The bespoke contemporary design adds to the individualised character of buildings that frame the view leading to Branksome Chine Beach. 3. At 3 stories in height fronting the avenue, it is a story less than the neighbouring developments at 56th Avenue and Grayson Flats opposite, both 4 stories. The proposed building steps down to 2 stories along Buccleuch Road. 5. The maximum height is just 0.6 metres higher than the existing building. 6. Closing up of 2 existing driveways enables landscape planting to be boosted along the Buccleuch Road frontage. 7. A pathogen, honey fungus, is spreading along the avenue frontage, and 4 trees have died or are failing. 18 pathogen-resistant trees are to be planted in their place around the site. The diseased trees could have been lost without a requirement for replacement, planting outside of this planning application. 8. The proposal exceeds the required number of car parking spaces, cycle parking spaces, and electric car charging points. 9. The parapet to the roof can discreetly accommodate solar panels to achieve a minimum of 20% energy generation for the building. 10. The ecology report demonstrates a boost to biodiversity, including a new wildlife pond, bat and swift boxes, and native hedge planting. The following pages annotate some of the submitted drawings and photographs to explain the proposal further and to respond to the negative representations submitted. We fully support the recommendation of your professional planning and transportation officer to support this application. Thank you in advance for your consideration of this representation. That's the end of the statement, and members, you will have received a copy of the statement with the annotated images earlier today. I believe they may have appeared on screen whilst the statement's being read out. So that is the end of the public statements, Chairman, and I'll pass back now to you to introduce Councillor Haynes as the Ward Councillor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Councillor Haynes, are you?
Yes, Chairman,
ready?
I'm online.
Right, if you're ready, welcome to the meeting. And
yeah, I'm ready when you are, Chair. Give me the signal to go.
thank you. Please make your statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me the opportunity to address the committee. The application site, as you have seen from the presentation, is a corner plot that has frontage to both the avenue and Buccleuch Road. Currently, there is a single dwelling on a generous plot, and while I would say personally is of no particular architectural merit, this arrangement does, however, sit well within the context of its current settings. Buccleuch Road, as you've seen, has a very different character from the avenue. The former is characterised by single detached dwellings on generous plots, and the latter, i.e. the avenue, has a prevalence of flats, but only to the north and not within close proximity of where the application site is. You've also seen from the presentation slides from Mr. Evans and also from the objector, Mrs. King, the sylvan setting, where that area is actually characterized by buildings that are subservient to the verdant sylvan open landscape setting. So the question comes down to which character should predominate for this site. In my opinion, it is more aligned with that of Buccleuch Road than the avenue to the north, where houses predominate. Flatted development is not in keeping with the character. The CGI, which is part of your agenda package, provided shows a significant increase in bulk, mass and height, which is at odds with the neighbouring plots to the north and west of the site. I would also say that it is not in a sustainable pattern of development. There are flats further along to the north on the avenue, as well as flats along parts of Westminster Road. Now, reference was made by one of the supporters to a block of flats in Graston. I have to say that, yes, it is opposite the application site, but it is actually very well screened with heavy landscaping of trees, because I know that area very well, and you don't really notice that block of flats there because of the heavy treed landscaping. Single detached dwellings actually do dominate in this area, and I think that the character should be assessed with what is currently there, and the term evolving character is indicating that the immediate locality is going through change, which is not the case. As such, I would ask members to disregard the use of this description or indeed this term. PP2A of the Poole local plan states that the majority of new housing development will be directed to the most accessible locations within Poole, within sustainable transport corridors where infrastructures such as bus services enables residents to access key facilities and services without needing to travel by car. PP2B goes on further to state that outside of areas stated in A, development will be permitted provided the scheme is capable of delivering sustainable patterns of development, including achieving a policy-compliant level of affordable housing, and demonstrates how sustainable transport measures have been incorporated into the proposal to connect the development with town, district and local centres as an alternative to reliance upon cars. There is only one bus that services this area, and it's an hourly service. The nearest local centre is Camford Close Village, which is a 10, 15, possibly 20-minute walk, depending on how fast you walk. There are limited facilities along this parade. The nearest supermarkets are either in Sandbanks, Lilliput or Westbourne, none of which are within walking distance of this site. Paragraph 55 of the report states that affordable housing contributions will make the proposal unviable. It is evident that this proposal fails, therefore, to comply with policy PP2B. It is not in a sustainable location, nor will it make any affordable housing contribution. With reference to paragraph 24 of the report, it states it provides economic benefit of employment, but I think this is short-term while the construction is in progress, with no assurance that the workers will be local people. The social benefit of additional residential development that would contribute to the availability of a range of units of type and size for the wider housing market. Well, Mr. Chairman, there already exist flats, as shown by a slide that Mr. Evans included as part of his presentation. There are existing flats within the wider area of a variety and size already providing availability of choice, and this proposal does not provide any further social value add. Chairman, this application fails on several of the Poole local plan policies. It is contrary to PP2B, as it is not in a sustainable transport corridor and will not make affordable housing contributions. It is also contrary to PP27.1, by virtue of its height and scale, bulk and massing, and visual impact. It is at odds with the character of the area, and it's also contrary to PP 28A. The scale and massing of the proposal, including width and height, is at odds with the established pattern of development on Buccleuch Road and north along the neighbouring plots on the avenue. I would urge that the application therefore be refused. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now invite any committee member who wishes to speak to do so by typing RTS in the panel in the usual way. I will ask officers to respond when required, and I will check that the committee member has finished and then move on to the next request. This does not necessarily prevent committee members and officers from requesting to speak again, but I do ask you to try and limit and not go over things that have already been said, and repeat the same comments. If we can, please try to be succinct. Before I go to the members wishing to speak, Councillor Johnson, can we test your microphone now? Thank you, Councillor. I think that answers that. We're still having issues with your microphone. I understand you can hear everything that has been said, and an officer will be in touch to try and connect you, perhaps by the telephone, so that you can take part in the debate. Moving swiftly on, Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. With apologies to my colleague who's just spoken, whilst I do agree with much of what she said, I have to say this proposal is going to be fronting the avenue and therefore in keeping with the street scene along the avenue. It's slightly higher ground than the neighbouring property, so in effect that is under construction, so in effect it would be of a similar height to the one that's going up. This is 3 stories, which is about the same height as the existing 2-storey house plus its considerable roof. The proposal also is moved quite a considerable distance away from number 32. So I don't think there's any problem of overlooking, or certainly there is no problem of overshadowing. It's much lower than the intervening trees. And the east-west relationship between 34 and 32 means that the west wall of the new development is going to be looking at the flank wall and roof of 32. So I don't see there's any problem of overlooking or anything in that respect. So I find it very difficult in that respect to see any realistic objection, and I actually think it looks a really smart development. The one big problem I have with it, and I do think it needs addressing, it's not to do with the building or development itself, but the address is 34 Buccleuch Road. Now the access and egress is going to be from the avenue, but if the address remains as Buccleuch Road, visitors and delivery vehicles, etc., will turn into Buccleuch Road, or they'll be coming along Buccleuch Road. Then they will have to come out into the avenue and do a right turn, in effect, to get into the place. So I would ask if we could possibly put a condition on it that it is has its address reassigned to the avenue, because that will be its frontage, that will be the way it's facing, and in effect it will only have a flank boundary to Buccleuch Road with possibly a pedestrian gate in it. I can't see any other planning objections to this. I really regret there is nothing, no contribution at all towards affordable housing, but it will sit well in the plot. It's moved further away from its neighbour. It will be very similar to the one under construction, not similar in style, but similar in type of development to the one under construction. So I don't have a problem with it, and I would be happy to propose grants if we can make certain somehow or other that it is readdressed as whatever appropriate number the avenue.
Thank you, Councillor. I've noted your proposal. Before we get to that, I've got Councillor Perdevin.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope by getting in earlier, I would be able to speak with some originality, but I'm afraid Councillor Stribley has already said a lot of the things that echo what I feel. I wonder if it's possible for Mr. Evans to put up the pattern of development slide that we've had up, the aerial photo, because that seems to me to prove the case or support the case for changing the alignment of the property to make it part of the avenue. And while I agree with Councillor Stribley that the address will be confusing, I'm not at all sure that it's in our gift, but that's another issue. You can see quite clearly that 32 and going down along Buccleuch Road are, although on substantial plots, are actually quite close together. 34 is very much out on a limb with the considerable number of trees separating. And as you turn into Buccleuch Road from the avenue as it stands at the moment, the house seems very much on its own. It doesn't seem to gel to fit part with Buccleuch Road, although it is technically part of Buccleuch Road. A property on that site, particularly fronting the avenue, is quite clearly part of that grain of development. And with the new block going up next door and others around, it fits very well. So I'm very happy to support the motion, and I'll second Councillor Stribley's proposal. I finished.
Thank you, Councillor. I noticed your Mr. Evans, did you want to come in on the point about renaming or changing the address and on anything else?
Yes, Chairman. It certainly isn't a matter that this committee should address in terms of thinking about attaching conditions. It's in the nature of new development being given new postal addresses that it reflects the reality of the development. As I've said, this is development that's very much orientating itself and focusing itself on the avenue frontage. I would be astonished if it had addresses going forward anything other than on the avenue, but I would encourage the committee not to think about attaching conditions to secure that. It will happen as a matter of course. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I just ask the officer to respond on some of the policies which Councillor Haynes identified in her objection, please, just to satisfy that we are happy with those. Thank you.
Certainly, Chairman. Chairman, all of those policies we've had regard to in arriving at the recommendation for approval. We've merely come to different conclusions in respect to them. We've come to different conclusions in respect of how it reflects the existing and I think we have to have a regard to the emerging character of the area. So we've addressed it against, we've assessed it against the policy in respect of character. The clue, I suppose, in one of the councillors' comments about it's not within one of the more sustainable locations, which I touched on at the beginning of the presentation. I think the key phrase there from the policy is that the majority of new homes will be directed to those more sustainable locations. It doesn't exclude the possibility of homes elsewhere outside of those areas. This is outside of those areas, but where there is an existing character of flats in the vicinity, where it fits within the existing pattern of development, and where it addresses some of those other considerations within the policy, it provides more than sufficient bicycle storage. goes into providing EV charging within the basement car park, something that will no doubt grow as we move into our next set of policies about accommodating vehicles. It is in a less sustainable location than the town centre or the local centre, but it's nevertheless within an existing built-up area where there are many flats, so it meets that requirement in that respect. That's a judgment that has to be made. The council has looked at the same issues and come to a different judgment, which is reasonable, but we have had regard to those policies. Question of affordable housing, it is a proposal for 10 flats. We would normally only expect to secure affordable housing on 11 flats or more, or based on the floor area of the scheme. And in this case, it's been demonstrated that it cannot sustain a contribution towards affordable housing. Having been assessed independently, that's not something that I would wish to take a different or contrary view. That's just in the nature of the thing. The question of the context and the character, yes, it has an address in Buccleuch Road, but the development is looking very much to I wouldn't say turn its back on Buccleuch Road, but to reorientate itself. It has a frontage to the avenue. I think it's safe to say that an earlier version of the scheme, which I might be able to show you, an earlier version of the scheme that we engaged with the applicants on early in the life of this application, looked at the possibility of accessing, to reflect the normal highway pattern of access from the lesser road in the highway hierarchy. We looked at the possibility of bringing in the access from Buccleuch Road, and that would have been much more intrusive within the Buccleuch Road frontage. It would have reorientated the building a little bit more towards Buccleuch Road. It would have had more impact in terms of the screening. It would have put a barrier between the amenity space to the rear and the occupiers of the flats. And it was at that point that we looked very much with the applicants to reorientate the building, so it was very much a building on the avenue rather than a building in Buccleuch Road. So all of those factors have already, as it were, been factored in. So whilst all the policies, we've had regard to all those policies, I'm afraid we've come to a different conclusion in reaching a recommendation for approval than the councillor has. I hope that covers the plan, councillor, the points that you were looking to cover.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Evans, I'm looking at biodiversity improvements. I'm trying to see what improvements are being made on the scheme. We have a pond, but there is already a pond. We have trees. There's already trees. Can you? A couple of bird boxes seems to be the answer. Can you? Can you talk to that?
As Chair, I think you've actually highlighted most of them yourself. There is a survey of the site. There are proposals to incorporate swift boxes, bird boxes, bat tubes. So there are a range of measures being incorporated into the site, and our judgment again is that would meet the requirement for a net gain in terms of biodiversity. I couldn't put a percentage number to how much of a gain, but it does provide mitigation in terms of the impact. We're not aware of any special habitat on the site. It's clearly within an area where there are some bats. It's not particularly, they're not particularly dominant in the area. We've heard a neighbour say that they're aware of newts in the pond, and clearly if that is the case, I don't think that's been highlighted, but if that were to prove to be the case, as a protected species, it would be necessary for the developers to take that into account and to secure appropriate licensing and mitigation, but I'm not aware that that's the case. Actually, I'm sorry if it's been picked up somewhere else in the documentation. I haven't come across it. But you're right in highlighting that there is a report, and that is the mitigation that is being proposed. I think if I just highlight the relevant condition, it is required to be implemented and brought forward by the relevant condition that would be attached to any permission that you now give. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. So it comes down to a couple of bat tubes and some bird boxes.
Essentially, yes. And of course, new appropriate landscape planting. And again, as I'm sure you appreciate, with the right choice of species rather than ornamental garden species that can significantly enhance the biodiversity of a otherwise, let's say, mown lawn and ornamental shrub type of environment, which is perhaps what you tend to find in a lot of older house gardens.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. As we have nobody else wishing to speak apart from Councillor Stribley, I shall go back to Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Very briefly, I take the point on the address of the property. Could we then possibly just put a recommendation that the developers make every effort to ensure the property is renumbered to belong to the avenue rather than Buccleuch Road? And with regard to newts, even I have newts in my garden with a very, very small pond. They can easily be carefully removed. They're not difficult to catch, they're not difficult to remove, and they could be temporarily removed and reinstated later in the new pond. So I don't see a difficulty with the newts. I know they're protected species, of course.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chair. I like the design very much, and I can see it working really well in the street scene coming up the avenue. The only slight query that I have is with the new entrance being put in to the avenue, that will be going across the council border, the council land, and I'm just a little bit concerned that there'll be severance of tree roots there. Because I couldn't actually get out to see the site myself this week, but and I haven't seen like a street scene of that area where the new drive's going to be cut through. Has the tree officer sort of assessed that for potential root severance between the trunks of the council owned trees, please? Mr. Evans.
Chair, I believe that it's possible to get the access through without any significant harm to the highway trees. It's in the nature of highway trees. I'm sure the councillor appreciates that. By the time you take account of utilities, services, drains, whatever around them, they tend to have unusual root balls. It will be necessary to go across the shrubs, and the council will appreciate there's considerable understory planting along that part of the avenue, and there is the ground, as I recall, is pretty much level between the carriageway and the access to the site. There's no regrading required. It is just removal of understory. The image that I've got on the screen at the moment, if I just highlight the street trees to the south of the access point and to the north of the access point, there is a third street tree, and this has been looked at, and I understand there is an issue about health and safety going forward of that tree. That one's been brought to the attention of our colleagues who deal with street trees as to whether there is action required already, irrespective of this development. Now that, as is the nature of these things, having a proposal for an access near something kind of draws attention to it, and the suggestion is that tree perhaps should come out irrespective of the development. So I think we can be confident that the access as proposed can be put in without causing the loss of or long-term degradation to the adjacent street trees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Barron, are you happy with that response?
Yes, very happy with that, and I'll be happy to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, I didn't come back to you on Councillor Stribley's suggestion that we put a recommendation in regarding the address.
Chairman, as I say, I can only reiterate what I said earlier. I think it's something that's beyond the scope of this committee. I'm sure that somewhere the applicants are listening to this discussion, and if you were minded to approve this, I'm sure they will have regard to that. We'll also take it up with our colleagues from Transportation Services and just draw it to their attention. But I think it's something that will, in the normal course of things, solve itself, and I would therefore say that I don't think it's necessary to address it in by means of even an informative on a permission that you might be minded to give. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. So we have a proposal on the table to go with the recommendation and to grant this application proposed by Councillor Stribley, seconded by Councillor Perdevin. I shall now ask you, there's no further comment, nobody wishing to speak, so I shall now ask you in the usual way to indicate if you vote for, against or abstain. If you just bear with me while I get a list of your names up. One moment, here we go. Okay, thank you. Starting with Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For, and I must now leave the meeting, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Perdevin.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself, Councillor Bull, against. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't know if you just wanted to try Councillor Johnson once more. He is in the call
Yes,
by telephone.
yes, certainly. Thank you. Councillor Johnson. Are you able to type or to speak? He's indicated that he votes for the motion.
Okie dokie. Thank you, Chair. So just on the result of the voting there, we have for the motion 13 votes, against the motion 1 vote, and there were no abstentions. So that motion is carried. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda, item 6B, 26 Milton Road, Bournemouth, and I'll allow a few moments for Presenting Officer Simon Gould to put the presentation on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, can you confirm when the PowerPoint presentation appears on the screen, please?
I can now see it. Unless anyone indicates in the panel, I'll assume that all members can see it. Thank you, Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. Moving to item 2 on today's agenda, which is an application at 26 Milton Road in Bournemouth. This application comes before committee as a legacy application from Bournemouth Borough Council. It comes because the application received a call-in from the then ward councillor, Councillor Mark Anderson. Okay, so we're looking at 26 Milton Road. Members should be able to see on the screen we're in the Charminster residential suburb of Bournemouth, just to the north of the town centre. To the left-hand side of the screen, we can see Bournemouth Cemetery, and where the cursor is indicating, we can see Cemetery Junction. So we're just to the east of that. Just moving in a bit closer, we can see some of the urban grain, and moving on through to an aerial photograph of the site, we can see that the host property is a large detached substantial villa, which is similar in design and scale to other properties in Milton Road. Coming down to street level, so here we can see the frontage to 26 Milton Road. We can see some of the landscaping works that have taken place in the last few years. We can see that the bin stores, the bin receptacle units are on occasion left out on the footpath. And this is a view of the frontage of the site looking back the other way, sort of due east, and again we can see some of the works that have taken place. I'll come on to explain those in greater detail shortly. Taking a close look into the site, we can see some of the soft landscaping and landscaping works that have taken place. Moving across to the other side, adjacent to the driveway, again we can see some of the works that have taken place. That plan there shows an aerial view of 26 Milton Road, the outline of the building, the front garden area, the front boundary wall, and obviously where the bins are kept. And I say I'll come back to those shortly. So members, 26 Milton Road is located in the residential suburb of Charminster. The site lies in the designated Porchester Road Conservation Area. As I've noted, the existing building is a large detached period villa, which is similar in scale and design to other properties in the locality. Historically, the premises have been used as a rest home. In 2002, planning permission was granted for a temporary change of use of the premises from a rest home to a boarding house. This temporary permission has been renewed on several occasions between 2002 and 2017. In 2017, planning permission was granted for the permanent change of use of the premises from to a boarding house. The site has been subject to a number of complaints over the years in respect of two main elements, really. The first element being the general upkeep of the premises, and the second element relating to antisocial behaviour that has on occasions been associated with this property. In approving the 2017 application for the permanent change of use of the premises, it was deemed reasonable to impose various conditions to that consent aimed at improving the appearance of the site and how it was managed. The current application before you seeks permission for the relief of various conditions attached to the earlier consent, namely the soft and hard landscaping conditions, the landscape maintenance condition, and the premises management plan condition. Between approving the permanent change of use application in 2017 and submitting their current application in 2018, the applicant made some significant improvements to the landscaping arrangements, as you can see from the photographs, at the front of the premises, and this included laying astroturf to the front garden, where previously there was an unkempt lawn and extensive hard landscaping. Supplementing this with additional soft planting, planters, erecting a new fence around the front garden, and also painting the premises so that the building in terms of colour now matches the boundary treatment. Now, in lieu of the works that have been undertaken in this intervening period, the need for the soft and the hard landscaping conditions effectively fall away. However, officers have remained unhappy in respect of the bin store treatments, and as you can see from the photograph that's in front of you now, there's a bit of an ad hoc arrangement at the front there, and quite often the bins are left out on the public footpath. So we weren't happy to support the application initially, so we've gone back to the application, and through negotiation we've agreed a better storage area for the bins, and this is achieved by extending the existing front boundary treatment across the remainder of the frontage into this area here, as annotated by my cursor, and then a return section down the side boundary so that the stores are kept off of the public footpath and they're screened. The next condition that the applicant sought relief of relates to a management plan condition. Again, through negotiation, we've gone back to the applicant and said that we weren't happy to support the relief of that condition. We feel that condition is important, and we've agreed that condition would stay. And obviously there are details set out in the in the report as to what the management plan will seek to achieve, to provide residents and neighbours with comfort that the site is going to be effectively managed, and that will involve the appointment of a managing agent, and it will also provide telephone numbers for residents and nearby neighbouring residents to contact should there be any issues going forward. So to put it all together, Chairman, in short, because of the works that have been undertaken at the premises over the last few years, we feel that we can support the relief of the soft and hard landscaping conditions, but we do feel the need to retain the management plan condition, and we've added an extra condition relating to the bin stores because obviously the works still need to take place. So in lieu of all of that, Chairman, it's your officer's recommendation that permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. And I'm right, this one supports the committee because it's a historical one from the former ward councillor who covered that area, Councillor Anderson.
That's correct, Chairman. Yes, it was initially called in under Bournemouth when it was Bournemouth Borough Council by Councillor Mark Anderson, who at that time covered this area. Obviously, through the BCP reorganisation of the ward boundaries, he no longer covers this area. But because the call-in had been made legitimately at the time, and we know that the site has generated interest from local residents, we felt it was in the best interest that the application still comes to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Mr. Tyler, you now have some written statements to read out?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So we have received 2 written statements in objection to the application, and we've received no statements in support and no requests from the ward councillors to speak. I will now proceed to read out the first of the 2 letters of objection, which was received from Mr. Guy Tanfield and Peter McNutt, who are neighbouring residents of Milton Road. Problems with this property go back years. In the 6309-J planning application, when these conditions were imposed, we pointed out the need to consider the landlord's other neighbouring property, 28 Milton Road. There is no physical boundary between the properties, and the combined effect of their poor management and state of repair has a disproportionately adverse impact on both the physical and social character of the entire road. Living directly opposite, we have over the years observed the interconnection between residents of 28 and 26 Milton Road. This includes residents of 26 fitting out rooms in number 28, the subsequent occupants of which being the subject of 3 major drugs-related police raids with arrests and, in at least 1 case, imprisonment. The 3rd raid at number 28 was last winter, since when the pattern of behaviour previously observed there has shifted to number 26 with frequent visits by numerous different people, both singly and in groups, even during the period of coronavirus lockdown. There have been numerous incidents around the property and the nearby footpath linked to Lowther Road of antisocial behaviours, with people loitering, many intoxicated and presenting a nuisance. Approximately 2 weeks ago, a 4th major police raid took place, this time at number 26. The application states that the proprietor is unaware of any complaints, yet we and others have lodged objections at each stage of the planning process since 2017. Our concerns were championed by previous ward councillors, and this planning application was called in by Councillor Mark Anderson on the 31st of August 2018. We wish to draw attention to the specific points in our formal objection about conditions 2, 3, 4 and 5. In particular, the Council's legal duty to uphold the character and visual amenity of the conservation area, and we believe the Council must use its powers rigorously to do so. In 2017, we warned that the proprietor would be non-compliant if the original 3-year review cycle for change of use was removed, and this has proven to be the case. On the 31st of May 2018, an email from Andy Sheriff, planning manager, stated, "In respect to 26 Milton Road, it is clearly the responsibility of developers to comply with conditions imposed on planning approvals, and it is regrettable that, in this case, the developer has tried to dodge that responsibility. The proprietor has demonstrated a flagrant disregard for planning conditions, and the council has been aware of this and the issues mentioned above, yet still appears to have done nothing to enforce planning conditions. We wish to object in the strongest possible terms to the removal of any of the previous planning conditions and emphasise the need for these conditions to be imposed immediately. End of statement. I will now read out the second statement of objection, which was received from Mr. George Sharp, who again is a resident of Milton Road. In relation to planning application 6309K for 26 Milton Road, I wish to formally register the view that the Council Planning Department should keep in place the very helpful planning conditions previously imposed for planning application 6309-J, because it would improve management of the property through the requirement to have a warden. Currently, the bins are unsightly. The landscaping plans required should ensure that a proper bin store is provided and used to screen off the bins. There have been significant incidents of antisocial behaviour and frequent comings and goings between 26 Milton Road and 28 Milton Road, which has the same owner. There have been lots of occasions when people have been loitering around the property, and often loud noises and shouting even throughout the periods of the COVID-19 lockdown. This is very worrying for local residents. If there is a warden, then neighbouring properties will have a point of contact for any concerns, and inappropriate behaviours can be dealt with. This property, and 28 next door to it, which is owned by the same person, have had several police raids in the last 2 years. The most recent one took place at number 26 just 2 weeks ago. Some of the police raids to these addresses have been related to drug dealing. I believe that the conditions the planning department imposed previously are essential to ensuring that the property is better managed. Neighbours are freed from any worry about antisocial behaviour, and bins are screened away from the footpath that they are used appropriately. Thank you, Chairman. That is the end of the public statements. I just wondered if the legal officer wanted to contribute to at this point of the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Barrable, did you want to come in?
Yes, please, Chairman. Just get my video sorted. Sorry, I just wanted to pick up on some points that were raised within the deputation. Obviously, we are only looking at relief from those conditions mentioned within the report. We're not looking at any of the wider issues that have been raised. There's issues that have been raised which, whilst I would say that they're unsubstantiated to the committee today, they're also, there is no need to consider whether they can be substantiated, because there's a lot of issues that were raised that are not related to the planning issues that you will be looking at today. So I just wanted to point out that whilst the deputations have been read out in full, members must disregard things that do not relate to the planning issues, and obviously you're all aware of that. It was just to remind you that we must do it on planning issues only. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrable. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I do understand what Mrs. Barrable has said, but I think the application before us does lead us to the point of the existing condition. But first of all, looking at the what was proposed to contain the bins, worries me very much that it's totally inadequate. I don't know if we could go back to that picture of the front wall and the corner where the bins are. They look to me, because there's certainly one behind the large bin on the right, they look to me to be at least 5, if not 6 black bins. And the space there looks only large enough for 2 or 3 at the most, because if you've got one bin behind another, nobody can get at the rear bin. So you need space for the bins to be put in a row. Now, you tell us the permission is for a boarding house. Why would a boarding house need 5 or 6 separate black bins? it strikes me as incongruous and ridiculous. There is talk about a warden possibly should be on site. Well, it sounds to me from that as though the proprietor is not on either site that he owns. And I don't know of any boarding house where the owner doesn't live on site and actually manage the house. It seems to me this is an excuse for a covert HMO, if nothing else. Certainly the bins need to be tidied up, and I would support any relief of that, providing they can sit in a row and the residents can get to them without them being strayed over onto the footpath. But looking at that, you have gravel there which is kicked onto the footpath. There's no small curbing to edge it and prevent that happening. So I really think there's a real problem with this property. So I don't mind, I could support the better location of the bins, but it seems to me that planning needs to refer back to the permission that is there and ask the rest of the council to ascertain whether in fact the property is a boarding house, because it certainly doesn't appear to be so to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Gould, did you want to comment on that?
Sorry, Chairman, if I could just add, is there any possibility we could defer this application for the time being until it can be properly looked at? Thank you.
Councillor. Mr. Gould?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd be reluctant to endorse that view that we should be looking to defer the application. I've just brought a drawing up on the screen, which hopefully members can see, which shows the where the bins will be housed, which is in a position where at the moment some of them are, acknowledging the fact that historically some have been allowed to remain out on the public footpath. There is a condition at number 3 in the officer's recommendation that also requires obviously the bin store to be provided. Now if that meant that, just picking up on Councillor Stribley's comments, that they had to alter slightly their fencing arrangement here to accommodate the number of bins that they have at that premises, then that's fine. We wouldn't have an issue with that. What we would also expect is under the management plan is for them to set out how they will manage the bins, so that during normal times they can be stored in there, but then they might be presented in a slightly different fashion on collection day to aid the bin collection. Just going back on an earlier comment that Councillor Stribley made about the use of the premises, its authorised use is as a boarding house. I can't comment on how they, in terms of the number of bins that they have, but it's a fairly large detached villa with a number of bedrooms, so I can imagine that it is generating a certain amount of waste, hence why they do have a certain number of bins at the premises. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's interesting. I visited this site a couple of times. Milton Road's not an unattractive road, but 26 and 28 stand out as being somewhat different. Originally, the conditions 2, 3, 4 and 5 were obviously imposed for a benefit, and now we're asking for certain elements of those conditions to be released. Can the officer just recap on the conditions but confirm what the benefits of releasing them are? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chairman. So in short, Chairman, there are 4 conditions that the applicant is seeking relief of. And what the officer's recommendation is saying is that we would happily support the relief of 2 of those because of the works that they've undertaken since they obtained their permanent change of use permission back in 2017. And as I say, I've shown you I think I'm just wondering whether it would help, Chairman, is I can show you some slides here which show the evolution of the site since 2009. So what we can see here in 2009 is that the front garden area is rather unkempt. We can see obviously there's a number of bins sort of half out onto the public footpath. We can see that the front boundary treatment is again fairly unkempt, and that there's sort of the storage of a boat on the front garden. We moved to 2012. The situation hasn't changed significantly. The front boundary is slightly more overgrown. Coming on to 2015, again, we can see that the front garden area is still being used as a storage area. The bins in this particular zone are actually housed back within the plot. We can also see that the front garden is now being used as we move through to 2017 for ad hoc parking. And then we come up to the current situation. So we can see that actually in this particular image that the bins are sort of set back into that area which is shown to be a storage area off of the public footpath. And what we're proposing is that the front boundary treatment is extended slightly where you can see the wall has previously been removed, and then returned slightly just so it provides a better screen to those bins. But to go back to Councillor O'Neill's point, so we feel that those soft landscaping works and boundary works that they've undertaken really do away with the need for retaining the soft and hard landscaping conditions, because if they were submitting details to us for discharge along the lines of what they've gone ahead and implemented on site, we'd more than likely support that. But obviously where we've slightly disagreed with the applicant at officer level is around the bin store, hence why we retained a bin store condition, and also around the management plan, which we feel is important on this particular site. Chairman, just going back to Councillor Stribley's comment, I mean, if members did get to the point, if they were minded to support the application, you could always look at slightly altering the wording of that condition relating to the bin store, condition 3, to require details to be submitted for approval, and if that involves slightly altering that side picket boundary fence to allow a more spacious arrangement for the bins, then that is within the gift of members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Councillor O'Neill, did you want to come back?
If I could come back, please, Chairman. Thank you. That gives some points of clarity. If I'm to support that, what I would like to see is a condition where there is a suitable either housing or full masking of the bin store. I don't think the current storage arrangements are acceptable, and certainly to the detriment of the surrounding residents. So I'd like to see a condition imposed where there is a suitable store for those bins, either by screening, full screening, or housing. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor O'Neill on this one, and I have to say it's very disappointing that, you know, with the previous conditions having been applied and then apparently ignored, that we're now having to discuss it all again. Had the conditions as previously applied been met, we wouldn't be having this discussion at all. So there's obviously some resistance to complying with the planning consent that's previously been given, which does worry me. But in terms of the way forward, and I can understand why Mr. Gould has come to this conclusion when you see the sort of history as it's evolved, and it's taken a huge amount of effort, I would imagine, to try to resolve these issues. And I can understand why he's come to the conclusion, and I do actually think that if the conditions are now, as Councillor O'Neill suggests, requires the bin storage area to be approved by the council, then we've probably got a workable solution. However, I still remain a little bit dubious about the management issue. I'm sure that even as a boarding house, it probably still requires an HMO license. So there are issues there, I would imagine, for the compliance with the Housing Act, let alone the planning consent issues. But anyway, I think I'll go along with Mr. Gould on this, and provided that the conditions are appropriately worded to get a decent dustbin storage area in there, I think we're probably about there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you proposing that?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose that.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll second that, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Councillor. I have one more councillor indicating they wish to speak. Councillor Trent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was about to second the proposal. There's obviously issues with regards to the management of the site that, you know, would go to environmental services or whatever, but this is yet another planning application that I don't understand why it's actually going to committee. What's before us is something quite minor, and it's a minor improvement, you know, the bin storage area, and but beyond that, you know, it's going before planning committee, it's taking up time, but it doesn't actually seem to be significant enough to be before planning committee. You know, this should be going somewhere else, not planning committee. But that's my point. But otherwise, I support the proposal just made.
Thank you, Councillor. That's why I asked Mr. Gould to reiterate that why it came before committee before we started the debate. So I have a motion on the table. I have Councillor Stribley wishes to come back in. Okay, on this occasion.
Yes, Chairman. Sorry to reiterate the point. I generally agree with Tony Trent on this one, and this is relatively minor about covering the bins, and yes, they should be better than they are. But the definition of a boarding house is a private dwelling providing food and lodging for residents and casual residents. These are plainly not casual residents, they're permanent and they're doing their own thing. I suspect they are well below standard and it is nothing like a boarding house, and I do believe it needs to be referred to the...
We're going away from what we're looking at here today. Councillor Stribley, I hear what you're saying and I'm sure the officers will look into that.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I have a motion on the table to accept...
Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but I don't have the option to request to speak in presentation mode. May I just make a final comment?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to summarise from an officer's point of view then, Chairman, picking up on Councillor O'Neill's helpful comments around the bin store, when you go to the vote, just for clarity, are we seeking some revision in the wording of condition 3 to bolster it, to require details to be submitted for approval? That's my first question. And secondly, just as a comment, I know there was a comment made about a more sort of solid structure. Obviously, the balance for officers in their assessments when you have a bin store right at the front of the site is about getting something that obviously screens the bins, but we don't want something that's too utilitarian in approach. So we've gone for a middle ground of trying to extend the boundary wall and then wrap some of that fencing around it so that it provides a screen, but it doesn't result in a bulky structure in a prominent position in the conservation area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I'll go back to Councillor Bartlett, seeing as it's his proposal on that. I think that's what he had in mind. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd go along with the detail to be submitted for approval by officers and let them decide what's appropriate for the storage in the conservation area. I don't think we should be too prescriptive here about what it should be, but it clearly needs to be something that obscures the bins from the street scene and also provides adequate, storage area for the number of bins that there are there. But I think we should just leave it to officers to decide what would be appropriate. But I hope it isn't just another fence panel stuck in front of the bins. But I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So the motion we have is to accept the recommendations of the officer with the condition that the siting of the bins is adequate and appropriate, and that to be agreed with the officers, with the planning officers. That's been proposed by Councillor Bartlett, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. I shall now read out a list of names of each councillor in the usual way, asking you to vote for, against, or to abstain. Can I just check before I start? Councillor Johnson, are you online? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear you.
Ah, fantastic.
Lovely, great. Okay. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Leperdevin.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
Myself, Councillor Bull, for. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So in total, the total number of votes for the motion is 13. There were no votes against and there were no abstentions. So that is unanimous. The motion is carried. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. The next agenda item before us is pool pottery at the Quay Pool. I shall give Mr. Evans a few moments to put the presentation on screen.
Thank you, Chairman. It should now be on screen, Chairman.
It's just come up on my screen. Unless I get any indications that you can't see it, I assume that all councillors can now see the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'll just put some context to this. The former site Pool Quay, in July 2019, permission was given for the demolition of the remaining pool pottery buildings on the site and the erection of a building of 64 apartments with some commercial floor space on the ground floor. That approval included securing £107,000 affordable housing contribution, and that permission has been implemented by the demolition of the buildings. The application that you have before you today seeks to vary the design of that building, as you can see in the description in front of you, to replace 3 of the duplex flats within the scheme with a gym, and to relocate those apartments into an area of roof space. It also seeks to vary those conditions that would otherwise impede those changes or would give rise to a conflict were you to now approve those changes to the design. So I'm sure I don't have to dwell on the location of the familiar Pool Quay, the historic quay site at Pool. And just put that into context, you can see on the location plan, the quayside, the water just off the bottom of the page, the Dolphin Quays building forming the apex down the quay with East Quay Road and Old Orchard, the application site in red, and the former Swan Pub sitting in front of the former Pool Pottery site. Just highlight the Drake's Court tower block in the background and the Quay Visitor car park, two landmarks that members will, I'm sure, be aware of. Unfortunately, a lot of the images I'll show you will still have the former building in place. So this is the building that's now been demolished. That is gone and the site has been cleared. Again, just to reiterate the nature of the quay, the frontage, and while we have this image in place, let me just draw attention to that very, very typical sawtooth roof line that recurs in various places along the quay that replicates the historic warehouses, some of the older buildings, the more modern buildings, and equally the parapeted Georgian buildings. So a very mixed bag, but that is a fundamental part of the design of the area, or the character of the area. And again, just coming down to the locally listed former Swan Inn public house. Since it closed as a pub, several alternative uses, but currently unoccupied. And again, the building adjacent to it, part of the former pool pottery, now demolished. Again, just for that context in place again, you can see the pool pottery buildings, or what was left of the pool pottery buildings after the construction and redevelopment of part of their site with the Dolphin Quays scheme. Again, demolished building, the Swan Public House, and again, just referencing those, the gabled sawtooth skyline that's characteristic of the area, and the voids between those sawtooth elements. Sawtooth. Put it into the context of policy. The local plan identifies the application site as site T15. It's allocated for mixed-use development. The proposed use, in line with the previously approved scheme, is wholly in keeping with that context. It's within the town heritage conservation area, Pool Town Heritage Conservation Area. It's the former Swan Pub is locally listed. Clearly, it's an important tourism zone, and that is recognised in the plan, and it is part of the town centre. So the proposed development ticks all of the boxes in terms of the appropriateness of the combination of uses. And the extant scheme was very much in accordance with that. 64 apartments with the commercial use on the ground floor, with shopfront onto the Old Orchard frontage, the Swan Pub, and the setback of that sawtooth roofline behind the bulk of the pub. And I draw your attention at that point to the way those, the apex of those roofs run through the scheme to the rear. So, what's different about the proposal before you today? It retains 64 flats, it retains the mixed use on the ground floor, it therefore satisfies the requirements in the pool local plan in terms of the uses on the site. The conditions we varied are condition 2, which merely lists the plans that are approved, and in seeking to substitute a different set of plans, that's what makes it the application it is. 18 is about compliance with, condition 18 is about compliance with finished floor levels for the commercial units, which I'll come on to as a separate standalone issue. And condition 23, again, a condition that would preclude the changes now being proposed because of its restriction on incorporating other areas of roof into balcony use. While I have that image on the screen, let me just draw your attention to the introduction of roof volume within the previous voids, the valleys between the gabled ridges, and the introduction behind that now of an additional floor of accommodation at the highest level. Dealing with conditions 2, which is the list of approved plans, and 18, which is in respect of the floor areas. As approved, a finished floor level at 2.85 metres above ordnance datum would deal with the fact that this is a site within an area at risk of future and current flooding. And you'll see that the treatment of that required internal treatment, ramps and steps to deal with the issue of the change in level between the street and the principal floor level within the building. Similarly, at the front, a need to deal with a change in level between the pavement and the higher level of the commercial unit. The applicants have said that this makes the units unattractive to potential occupiers, and have sought to resolve that by lowering the floor level as it stands now to 1.2 metres above ordnance datum, which allows an easier form of access to the large unit on the side, and which involves less of an issue in terms of getting up to the new floor level from the existing street level. So there is something of the order of 930 mil reduction in the slab level. There is an objection from the Environment Agency to an earlier version of the scheme, which is at 1.7 metres above ordnance datum. We can presume that since it falls below the 2.85, there is still an Environment Agency issue, but given the circumstances and given the other aspects of the scheme, this would not in itself subject to conditions that could address improving the resilience of the building in the event of a flood event occurring. It would not itself be a reason to refuse a planning permission. So the approved scheme now commenced, therefore extant because of the demolition of the original buildings, included three duplex flats, that is to say, extending across the first floor and the second floor at the front of the building. The ground floor at this point behind the building is primarily car parking. Of course, there's the wraparound commercial units, which can be seen not on that drawing, but the ground floor is commercial units and then parking behind the building. So three duplex units in this area. They essentially had, if I think I'm not saying it, bedroom accommodation on the first floor, and the principal habitable rooms and then living room was at second floor because of the aspect and outlook and its relationship to the back of the former pub buildings. Whilst this image is on screen, I'd again draw your attention to that sawtooth roof line created by the gables and the voids between them. The proposal is to remove those three duplex flats and to replace the accommodation with residence gyms. So that would be both on the first floor and on the second floor. The internal fit out of those gyms has been left unresolved. The slab and the elevations remain as before, so there's no indication of connectivity between the two floors. There's no indication of how that internal space will be fitted out. It amounts to something of the order of, I do have a number, about 250 square metres of space to provide gyms for the benefit of residents. That's not out of order in terms of other schemes that we've seen where that kind of amenity has been provided for residents. It's not overly large, not overly small. It is something that we are seeing. So as an amenity and to make the flats more attractive to prospective purchasers, it's not an unreasonable thing to see a developer introduce it at the present time. However, as part of removing the three duplex flats and introducing the amenity for residents in the form of the gym, the developers are looking to reintroduce three flats at the high level, at the roof level, above the existing previously approved level of accommodation, and to do that by filling in, as it were, the voids between the gables along the roof. This is not a vertical wall. This is that roof pitches away from you, as you can see here, up to a flat roof and then down again to the rear, but there is a large additional area of flat roof being introduced behind this element of the building. The replacement flats, as was previously the case with the flats, the replacement flats would all meet and exceed, in some cases by quite a bit, the minimum space requirements, as we imagine. It represents an increase of over and above the previously approved floor area on the three duplex flats of about 12–15%. So it's adding the extra floor, and that extra floor is about, it reflects the three flats lost plus another 15% on top of that. So a significant increase in the bulk and mass of the building at high level. So again, just to reiterate that point about the relationship of that to the sawtooth gables and the skyline that creates. Condition 23 excludes certain areas of roof from being used as roof terraces. Of course, the addition of a new layer of accommodation above the previous accommodation introduces the possibility of terraces outside of that new accommodation, whereas that previously would have been the roof of the building. It can now become a terrace associated with this accommodation. So the introduction of a terrace there would require a variation of the condition. That terrace in itself, given its relationship across to the Dolphin Quays development and to other adjacent development, would not itself cause any problems. It merely requires a variation of the condition to make that acceptable. It is not in itself an issue in respect of amenity of any nearby residents. And the same thing in terms of the aspect from the east, the new terrace into this area associated with the extra floor of flats. But while I have that image on the screen, if I can just again highlight that point about the loss of the sawtooth skyline, the infilling of that, and it'll become more apparent on some other drawings, the loss of the that feature projecting above the former or the previously approved flat roof at the top of the building. So a direct comparison. The filling in of the voids between the filling in the valleys between the gables, the introduction of this additional accommodation above the previous top floor, the introduction of terraces, which would be the previous roof of the building, and how does that compare when seen direct on? So I keep reiterating the point, and I keep reiterating the point because it really is the sole point that this application turns on, the context and character of the conservation area. So reiterating that point about the sawtooth skyline and the gables and the infilling of those voids as proposed in the amended application. Again, turning to the rear of it, the relationship between the projection above the skyline of the voids and the roof scape of the building and the loss of those with the introduction of the extra flat roofed part at the rear of the building. It then gets a little bit trickier. It becomes a bit of a spot the difference, I'm afraid. This was the CGI, or is the CGI for the approved scheme with the voids between the buildings, or between the gables. From the angle that this image is taken, and of course, I'm sure you members will appreciate, we can only work with CGI information that we're provided. The difference between the approved building and what's now proposed, I'd suggest is negligible. In fact, would not be actually. Similarly, when seen from the quay at an oblique angle along the front of the building, the voids between the gables and what's now proposed, the difference is not substantial. The little enlarged portion down there is to help you go through that, spot the difference. You can see the image of the bit of flat roof behind the gable beginning to encroach into that view. Of course, both that image and that image are very oblique to the building and perhaps give the lie to the square-on image that you would have in less oblique views. Nevertheless, they are, I believe, an accurate reflection from those two specific viewpoints that would seem to suggest that the difference is not huge when seen from certain locations. However, regard has to be had here to the fact that you're dealing with a conservation area where there is a very clear established character. There is a locally listed building, the former Swan Public House, sitting immediately in front of the building, and the change to the character by introducing that high-level element to the building, I'd suggest tips the balance between it being an acceptable and reasonably well-mannered building that preserves and enhances the character of the conservation area, and a building that perhaps oversteps the mark and no longer does so. It's more apparent in some views than in others, and much like this, many of the other similar sawtooth roof forms are not particularly prominent in many views from and around the quay, but they do add to the integrity and the character of the conservation area. So the cumulative effect of those various elements are part of the character. It's clearly the case that special attention should be paid to preserving or enhancing the appearance of conservation area, and the building, the changes that you're being asked to consider, I'd suggest represent a less than substantial harm, or represent less than substantial harm to the conservation area. That phrase has specific meaning, less than substantial harm. If it was substantial harm, it would be indisputable that it should be refused. Where there is less than substantial harm, an incremental harm, it's possible to offset public benefit against that less than substantial harm. And I would suggest that these changes represent less than substantial harm. But there are no additional public benefits that can be set against them to outweigh that harm. The benefits of employment, the benefits of the commercial floor space, the benefits of the additional flats, the benefits to the local economy, everything, the benefits of providing a contribution towards affordable housing have all been secured already as part of the development that has been judged to be in keeping and enhancing the character of the conservation area. Therefore, there is nothing to be set against that, that can be set against that less than substantial harm. With that in mind, Chairman, the judgments are small of the impact and that's why it's been brought to the committee, and to give the committee an opportunity to address those. But the recommendation is that planning permission should be refused. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Tyler, will you have a statement in relation to this application?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can confirm we have received no written statements in objection to this item. We have received one written statement in support of the item, and I've also been sent a written statement from Councillor Mark Howell, who is the ward councillor. Councillor Howell has informed me that he is unable to join the meeting at this time, so I will read out his statement on his behalf. But first I shall read out the statement from Mr. Steve Tapscott from Chapman and Lilly Planning, who is representing the applicant. So his statement is as follows. This application is to simply vary some approved plans. Members will no doubt be aware of this prominent allocated brownfield site. Permission was granted to redevelop it last year for flexible ground floor commercial space and 64 apartments above. We are heartened that officers are generally supportive of this application. The only disagreement is the proposed alterations to the roof. Building work has already commenced, but the market is competitive and fast moving. Whilst the new flats will prove very attractive to first-time buyers and young professionals, purchasers know of multiple new build schemes with residence gyms such as Cosmopolitan opposite the Civic Centre and the Exton Garden scheme in Bournemouth. Such features are becoming commonplace. Indeed, they have a direct correlation with sales rates. To ensure this development is competitive and attractive, the applicant wishes to provide new residents with a gym. It will take up the space of 3 flats, and these must be replaced within the building or the scheme would not be viable. The logical solution is to use the roof space. This would involve the insertion of valleys between the gables, and these have been designed to sit below the ridge line at an oblique angle away from Old Orchard. Officers argue the alteration would lead to less than substantial harm, but they believe there are insufficient public benefits to outweigh this harm. We disagree strongly. Whilst our client is not saying that the consented scheme cannot be delivered, the prospect of slower sales rates is cause for concern in this delicate market and is likely to make timely delivery far more challenging. Nobody would disagree the redevelopment of the site would deliver substantive environmental, economic and social benefits, and it would be very unfortunate were these to be placed in jeopardy. But moreover, we genuinely cannot see the harm. We've provided the Council with a section drawing and CGIs of locations that officers specifically recommended. You will see that they result in a very difficult game of spot the difference. The change is virtually imperceptible. Frustratingly, we see that officers are now concerned with views from Strand Street. We've therefore provided an additional CGI from Side Street with little footfall, which illustrates the lack of harm. Therefore, we believe the proposal would retain the integrity of the design and key views would still show a warehouse gable style design. We sincerely hope members will agree the level of harm is virtually non-existent. Finally, we are aware the committee report includes reasons for refusal 2 to 4. A legal agreement accompanying the extant permission could simply be varied and thus overcome these concerns. Permission could therefore be granted subject to the completion of the Section 106. End of statement. I will now proceed to read out Councillor Mark Howell's written statement. I am perplexed by the referral of this application to Planning Committee. The officer report says it has been brought before committee by the Chief Planning Officer due to the finely balanced recommendation. However, although the wording of the planning balance section in paragraph 56 is more guarded, the previous paragraph makes it clear that the proposed variation to condition number 2 would cause more harm than benefit, by stating, the scheme would compromise the integrity of the extant scheme and compromise features that contribute positively to the character and appearance of the conservation area, and would therefore fail to preserve the heritage asset. The sentence, highlighted in blue, states, special attention should be paid to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the conservation area. The harm this application would cause to the conservation area is set out in more detail in paragraphs 31 to 36. I object to this application as ward councillor and portfolio holder for regeneration because of the negative effect it will have on the conservation area, and particularly the Swan Pub, a locally listed building. Successful regeneration of Poole Quay will require sensitive treatment of heritage assets. This proposal is also overbearing and would limit the chances for the returning the Swan to viable use. This application is particularly disappointing because the applicant originally included the Swan Pub in the scheme, and the applicant's planning consultant, Mr. Richard Carr, promised local residents in a public meeting that it would be donated for community use. This sweetener was removed once the application started to make headway in the planning process. I would also point out that the property lies within the boundaries of Poole Quays Forum, the statutory neighbourhood forum consultee, which is objected on the basis of, quote, increased overbearing impact on the locally listed former pub in front of the site on Old Orchard, and the detrimental impact of the vitality and viability of the potential reuse of that building. End of statement. That concludes the written statements for this item, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. We now come to councillors. Could you please indicate in the usual way in the panel with RTS? Can I just ask one question to start, Mr. Evans? Should we go against the recommendation and grant this application, does that mean that the gym is there and has to remain, or could the gym then be turned into flats at a later stage? Is that, I know we're conjecture, but
I think the only thing there I can comment on, Chairman, is if the committee were minded to refuse this application, then of course there is still the extant permission which has the flats there, and that's already commenced, so that will be there in perpetuity and can be built out. If you approved the variation now proposed with the gyms and the additional flats above, of course you can never rule out the possibility of future or further applications, but that should not be a consideration in looking at the proposal before you today.
No, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I think whilst I agree with the ward councillor's comment that the building rather dominates and overshadows the old pub building, that has already got planning permission. So I think the matter under consideration is the difference that it makes with these extra flats and the roof arrangement. Looking at it, that to me more closely reflects the pub building in front, albeit that it's big and overbearing, but it's that anyway. But it reflects the design aspects of the pub more in its proposed revised format than it did originally. So I don't have any problems with that. If it makes the area more saleable, there doesn't appear to be any other increase in bulk and mass. You know, it's going ahead anyway. You know, I would have thought this was a reasonable alteration. So at the moment, I'm inclined to support the application, but you know, if we're starting afresh, then that would be a different story. But you know, we do have an existing planning permission, and this is a modification of it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I too am somewhat bemused by this, and I largely agree with Councillor Trent on what he said about it. What we have in front of us, the pictures we have in front of us now, are taken as though you're a pigeon flying at third or fourth floor height, if you're standing in the street, you cannot possibly at any point will be able to see the proposed additions between the gables on the roof. I would also challenge the planning officer in the character of the area, in that certainly the frontage of the quay from the bottom of the High Street to Old Orchard does have the characteristic of the gabled ends. But along Old Orchard at this point, you have the 1990s building of Poole, on the old Poole pottery site, with its curved roofs and absolutely nothing like the character of the area. And to the left of the picture, as you can see there, you have the 1960s multi-storey block of council flats. So that beyond the pub which is being retained, there is no particular character of this area. You had an old tatty factory which is being pulled down and redeveloped across the site. I don't see a problem with it whatsoever. You will not see it from the street scene. A seagull might see the difference, but I don't see the problem there. You see, to the west of that picture we now have, you have got the gables across the quay and behind in Strand Street. You have nothing to the right-hand side of the road that resembles gables, and this, in effect, will to some extent enhance that. I personally think it will make the plus factor is that it will make better living conditions for the residents in those flats, and I can't see any reason to refuse it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I find it hard to believe the emotional appeal by the developer that if we don't agree to these, the estate might fail. I can't believe that somebody that actually is this professional, as indicated by the architectural design or the original design, wouldn't have considered a number of factors. I think the market might become a difficulty, but I don't think this decision undermines or makes the original intention. I don't think we can ignore the heritage of this area. It's based upon it's been a historic seaport with a number of the buildings along the quayside indicating in their design, as did this, sort of merchanting and warehousing connections. And a number of those buildings that are quite attractive do have gabled roofs. The quayside is quite an important area of heritage and needs to be accentuated and developed. And behind the quayside, there are medieval buildings and Georgian streets mixed with some warehousing indicators. I think that the change to the roofline does fundamentally change the character of the building, and I don't agree with my colleagues that you won't see it. Most of the footfall coming up from the bridge along the quayside, which is where the majority of people walk backwards and forwards, as you look across from the roundabout area near the famous Baden-Powell statue, you will see this building and you will see the alterations. I don't think we could ignore that, and I actually do think the officer's recommendation to refuse is absolutely right in this context. So I will be supporting the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just make sure that people can hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair. I find myself very rarely disagreeing with the officers in planning committee. However, this time I think I do. I just don't see how there is enough harm here to reject this proposed amendment to the plan.
Hello?
Everything's suddenly gone silent.
I think we've lost Councillor Johnson there. Let's give him a few moments to see if he can get back in before we continue the debate.
Chairman, might I take that opportunity to just comment on something that's been said?
I don't want Councillor Johnson to miss any of the debate.
Okay, I'll leave it for now. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Johnson, are you able to indicate on the panel whether you can still hear? Okay, Mr. Evans, he can hear, although he can't contribute at this point. So if you want to say the point you had.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, it was just to make sure that the committee were having regard to the correct test in their assessment of the proposal reform. The test will not be whether it doesn't harm much the character. The test will be for it to be wholly acceptable. It should preserve or it should enhance or preserve the character of the conservation area. So something that harms a little bit, which might be a test you would apply to us, is not the test here. You should look for new development to preserve or enhance. Where there is some harm, then you can set that harm against public benefit, and it's not commercial or private benefit, it's public benefit, and that's the test I would invite members to apply when looking at the, and it is correct that we are dealing with some subtle changes in many respects, but the question should be, does making those changes better preserve or enhance the character of the conservation area than the previous version? And if the judgment is, well, it doesn't have much effect, it doesn't preserve or enhance as much, but it doesn't have much effect, then members should be seeking to identify the public benefit, the additional public benefit that would accrue from allowing those changes to go forward to the building. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that the right test was being applied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I shall go to Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at the report, there's obviously some major consultees who object to this proposal, and if the officer could just confirm, obviously Historic England are a key consultee. If we went against your proposal and approved this application, what would we need to provide to Historic England? Thank you.
Are you content for me to come in at that point, Chairman?
Yes, please, Mr. Evans.
Chairman, they are consultees, but there would be no further impact beyond that. There's not, as far as I'm aware, a call-in procedure. For instance, if you were minded to approve it, notwithstanding their objection. And I think their objection is therefore something you should have regard to in much the same way as you should have regard to the presumed objection outstanding from the Environment Agency. You can attach weight to those and make a judgment against them, but I would suggest that they're not things that necessarily are overwhelming considerations. You should weigh them in the balance against all of the other considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Just following on from that, so obviously we go out to consultees. We've got a heritage conservation area, and there's many more across the conurbation. So we go to all this trouble of having these consultees and conservation areas. So I think we have to, where appropriate, take the good, take the bad, and weigh it up. And so I agree with a lot of what Councillor O'Neill said, and I'm happy to propose a set out to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Before I ask for a seconder, I should go down the list of people who are still waiting. Councillor Le Poitevin.
Thank you. It takes time to get the video on, which I believe we're supposed to do. Mike is no problem. Anyway, actually following on from Mr. Evans' last comments, he's definitely confirmed the way I was thinking, because there is some harm from this. It definitely changes the views of the roof line. The roof line has been deliberately well planned, I would say, to reflect many of the historic buildings on or around the quay. And the addition of the roofed area linking them, what does he call it? The sawtooth roof definitely changes the aspect and minimises the historic context. I can see no benefit to residents of Poole or tourists or to the environment. The benefit, if any, is to the developers. And I get very cross with developers who get planning consent for a scheme which they've no doubt been working on for a long time, working with officers, doing pre-application consultations probably, and then suddenly, very soon after permission is granted, they turn around and say, oh, sorry, we need to change it. Well, I wish they get it right in the first place, frankly. And I think this is a case in point where they may even, who knows, we can't interpret, have had this in mind all along. We can't comment, we don't know. But I think there is no particular benefit, no to local people, to tourism or to the area. The benefit, if any, is entirely for the developers, and I don't think that's good enough. So I'm happy to second the proposal made by, I think it was Councillor Hilliard.
Yes, indeed, Councillor. Thank you for that. I've noted that. I have two councillors waiting to speak, and then we'll go to the word. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of points I want to make. The first one is a question to Mr. Evans, if I may. He mentioned about the environmental agency, and I think he said he made a presumption that they would still object to the floor level issue. Could you just clarify whether they've actually have maintained their objection, or whether it is a presumption that they would?
So, Chair, let me just get the floor area information back up. Chair, my understanding is that the original version of the scheme on which the Environment Agency were consulted had a floor level of 1.7 metres above ordnance datum, and their objection was to that. They would normally seek 2.85 above ordnance datum. During the life of the application, my understanding is that the levels have been increased to 1.92 to try and address some of those concerns. This would not overcome. We've had, I believe I'm right in saying, no further representation from the Environment Agency, and therefore the presumption is, since it's still not at the required flood level as given in their standing advice, it would not meet their requirements. Therefore, we've presumed that the increase from 1.7 AOD to 1.92 AOD, whilst being an improvement, a betterment from the original version, still falls short of expectations. Therefore, we've, I believe, presumed their continued concern about the scheme, and therefore their continued objection to the scheme. Were members minded to approve the scheme, appropriate conditions could be attached to deal with hardening against the risk of flooding. And of course, the area is within, or the site is within an area where there is an expectation of future flood defences coming forward to deal with these issues. Nevertheless, it remains vulnerable until those such flood defences as might come forward are in place, and therefore, in those circumstances, it's reasonable to presume an ongoing Environment Agency objection because of new development at risk of flooding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Bartlett, did you want to come back?
Yeah, thank you. I think if it were to be approved, I would agree with it, that would be a required condition. I'm not sure if it's we talk about statutory or an advisory sort of consultee, but in terms of the Environment Agency, and the requirement for flood defences, is that a statutory consultee? And do, you know, if they have real concerns about potential for flooding, that surely is something that we should be taking account of. But I'll just move on, and that is about Mr. Evans mentioned the preservation of the conservation area, and he's talked about the gable ends on the buildings. But if you could you just flash up the picture of the quay shot, looking at the quay, where you see the where you can see the two pubs on the corner, which are just round the corner from this. Not the Swan pub itself, but the other two that are just round the corner on the quayside. Yeah, the top photograph. Yeah. Now,
we can't hear you, Councillor. You've muted yourself.
Sorry. Yeah, the two pubs there on the corner. I forget what they are. Is it I can't remember the name of them. But if you actually look at the roof lines there, the one on the left, you've got sort of two dormer windows with sort of a gable front on them and a straight roof line. And that sort of looks very similar in some respects to the Swan pub. And in a way, when you go back to looking at the development behind the Swan pub, it does sort of provide a kind of a symmetry to the roof line. And I think Councillor Trent pointed this out. When you look at the development in relationship to the Swan pub, it looks a better fit to have the straight roof line, because there's a kind of a symmetry between the two. So in that respect, you know, it does balance, and it doesn't look odd. In fact, it probably does enhance. But of course, if you take it and compare it with some of the other buildings further along the quay, the old warehouse type buildings, yes, of course, the proposal is very different from those, and it does look a bit odd. But for the buildings that are immediately adjacent to the development, it's not odd. I think Councillor Stribley said you've got a very modern block of flats just along the street there with bends and curves and all sorts in it, and you know, and that certainly wasn't enhancing the gable end approach in the area. So I think we're making a bit too much out of the gable end thing, because I think it does in fact actually match some of the design aspects of buildings that are in the immediate locality. So I actually think that it does, in a way, preserve some of the characteristics of the conservation area. So I think I'm really pretty happy with the amendments to the. But of course, my other concern was subject to you know, the concern I have about the flooding issues. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Johnson, I believe you're back with us, or audible.
I believe I am, Chair. Yes, thank you. Before I was so rudely interrupted by myself running out of minutes on my contract, I was just going to say pretty much what Councillor Bartlett has just said, in that I don't see the harm that's being done by these amendments in terms of damage to the conservation area. I think any damage that were to be done would have been done by the original development itself. I just don't see the further harm. And I think personally, I am very, very interested in the fact that the developer has seen fit to spend what I'm sure is not an inconsiderable amount of money in enlarging the development and putting in this gym if they didn't have significant worry about the saleability of the properties in the ever-changing market. And I think the last thing that the centre of Poole needs is more empty buildings and blocks. We already have enough trouble in the local shopping centres with empty units and things like that. And I don't think that I can, on balance, support the motion that's on the table to refuse the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we go to the vote, I will say, from what I see, is it does cause, in my opinion, some harm to the area, and it doesn't provide any additional benefit. So I can see where the officers are coming from, and I think I will support the motion. Going to the motion, which is to accept the recommendation of the officers, which has been proposed by Councillor Hilliard and seconded by Councillor Le Perdevin. I shall now go to the vote. I shall ask you in the usual way to vote for, against, or to abstain. Starting with Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Hall has left the meeting. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Le Perdevin.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
And myself, Councillor Bull, for. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion is 6, and the total number of votes against the motion is 7. So that motion has been defeated. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler.
Chairman, if I could perhaps come in at that point.
Yes, Mr. Evans.
If any member were now, I think it illustrates the point of the reason for bringing it to committee. It is and has proven to be a finely balanced judgment. Chairman, if a member were now minded to put forward a proposal that it be approved, I would advise them that that proposal should incorporate delegating the determination of the application of the head of planning with a view to securing necessary Section 106 agreement, which would reflect the Section 106 agreement on the already approved scheme. That is to say, it would secure £107,000 worth of affordable housing contribution and all of the necessary mitigation measures in terms of impact on Heathland and the harbour, and also conditions that would be the same essentially as the previous consent, but amended to reflect the changes to the conditions as sought. It would also need, I would suggest, to address the use of the gym, and I would suggest that the gym should be made explicitly for the benefit of residents, rather than it providing basically an opportunity for commercial occupation as a gym. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I have Councillor Stribley. Councillor Stribley, are you with us? Looks like we may have lost Councillor Stribley. Here she is. Councillor Stribley. Okay, going forward, Councillor Johnson, I'll come back to Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just make sure that you can hear me again?
I am with you. Are you coming back on my RTS?
I will come back to you in a moment. I've just gone to Councillor Johnson, then I'll come back to you, if that's okay, Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Fantastic. Yes, no, I was just going to propose a motion to approve the scheme with the conditions set out by Mr. Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stribley.
In that case, I'm very happy to second, Chairman, and I don't believe there is any harm to the conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a motion on the table put forward by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Stribley, which is to grant the application subject to the conditions. The conditions I have down are to delegate to Head of Planning to secure a suitable 106 arrangements, and conditions to reflect the changes to conditions. Mr. Evans, did you want to come back before the vote?
No, thank you, Chair, and I'm content with that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the vote. Councillor, again, for, against or abstain. Councillor McCormack.
Chair, I did put an RTS up, but you seem to have missed it.
Sorry, Councillor, I can see that now. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you. I just want some clarification on the Section 106 condition. Is this a new condition that wasn't previously applied, or is it a variation of the 106 condition that's being asked for?
Mr. Evans.
Chairman, the application represents a new chapter in the planning history of the site, because clearly at the end of this process the applicant will have effectively two planning permissions that they could implement, the one with the three duplex flats, or if you now approve this, the one with the gym. And therefore, as a separate chapter, it requires a new agreement to secure the mitigation associated with the new scheme, albeit that the scheme is merely changing the conditions on the previous consent. That would either be done by a deed of variation to the existing 106 agreement, or by means of a new section 106 agreement. So either way, by whichever route, the outcome would be the same. It would secure the same mitigation and the same affordable housing contribution as was previously secured. I hope that clarifies, Chairman. I did notice that Nicola Barrable was perhaps wanting to come in and give you legal services view on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mrs. Barrable.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to come in. However, Doug has just answered it with the final couple of sentences, just basically to say exactly that they'll either have to have a new Section 106 or a deed of variation, because there'll be two planning permissions and they can implement either. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrable. So to the vote, I shall start. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Le Perdevin.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
Myself, Councillor Bull, against. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The total number of votes for the motion is 10, and the total number of votes against the motion is 3. There were no abstentions, so that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I propose that we have a quick 10-minute comfort break and then resume at 15:38 by my clock. Thank you. Welcome back to the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Planning Committee on the 2nd of July 2020. We resume with item 6D, which is Pine Beach Nursing Home in Southcliffe Road, Friarscliffe, Christchurch. And we have Mr. Hodges who will present. I can see the presentation. I will assume that everyone else can unless they put it in the bar. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm glad everyone's seeing this. I had a couple of technical issues earlier, so please let me know if you're not seeing any part of the PowerPoint. So this is an application for the redevelopment of the former Pine Beach nursing home. And just to give you a sense of the location of the site, so the site is on here. You can see obviously very close to the beach and the cliff top, the Avon Run Road car park to the bottom here, and the Steamer Point woodland up to the northeast, and beyond that would be Highcliffe Castle. Here's the application site, current as it was when planning permission was initially granted. So there's a nursing home on here, and just to highlight the slightly unusual relationship where the site wraps around the property immediately adjoining to the south at number 55, and it's number 53, and also the property at number 51. You'll see reference in the report to a 2-3-story flat block opposite, and this is this building here. So the red line here, again, that's just highlighting the slightly unusual relationship where the property wraps round. Clearly must have accommodated a couple of plots, amalgamated a couple of plots historically into one. The application is a variation of condition, so an amendment to an existing planning permission. So there is a planning permission that has been granted by the preceding authority that has been commenced at the tail end of last year, and so is extant, and so the applicant has a fallback position to implement this consent. And it's important just to understand the differences and the relevancy of the planning permission that the applicant has and that they can continue to build, and the current proposal. So on this plan, this is the approved layout. The blue dotted line that you can see is the original nursing home site, and as you can see, the approval was based very much on its footprint. These are the approved elevations, and when we come to look at the currently proposed, you'll see a great deal of similarity in broad terms between the two schemes. And this is the floor plans, and when we come to look at the changes on the scheme, the principal changes are around this frontage point here and this part of the building in here, but these are the approved plans so far. Okay, so this is the current proposal. The application turns very much on a subsequent appeal that you'll see referred to in the report. So the applicant has an approval. They came to the preceding authority with an amendment to the scheme which sought to enlarge the proposal. What you have indicated on this plan here, again, is the blue line of the original nursing home. The green line is the approved plan, and the white area is obviously the current proposal on the site plan. And how that would look is on here, and just to draw your attention to where you've got a red circle on these plans, those are new windows proposed. So these new windows are on the elevation on the west, on the northeast, facing across Southcliffe Road. These are on the southwest side, so they adjoin number 55, the property to the south, and there's a number of windows here and here indicated. And then on the side, so this is the side elevation nearest to the property immediate to the north, so that's number 51. And then this is in effect ostensibly the front elevation facing the sea. And in each case, the round red circles indicate the new windows proposed. So here's the new floor plan. The slight amendment to the parking area here underneath the building, mainly in terms of this radius of the access. The new windows indicated along these areas here, so on the ground floor, new windows. Then the new windows indicated on the first floor, so an oriel window here to a bedroom, closest to number 51. And then these windows closest to number 55, you see in the report referred to as a stairwell, an ensuite, a landing area, and a secondary bedroom window here. And just these final two additional openings facing out, in effect, roof lights here, just facing out towards the sea. And these are roof lights that are set actually in the flat roof part of the building, on the top of the building. So the key to the decision for members is about the differences between what is currently proposed and what was dismissed at appeal. You see in the report we've taken through a number of the comments made by the inspector about the changes to the scheme which the applicant which was dismissed. So on the left we have what's currently proposed, and on the right was what was dismissed. So you can see the dismissed scheme came forward of the approval along this frontage here, and also along the frontage closest to the sea. Current proposal is in line with the existing approval, but still proposes to come forward in this area here. So that's the key difference in effect between the current scheme, current before members, and the scheme that was dismissed at appeal. Looking at that in terms of what that mean with on the key elevations, so the main elevation on the South Cliff Road, so above is what we're currently looking at with the additional openings, and below is the scheme that was dismissed by the inspector. And taking you to some views of the site, this is in South Cliff Road looking down towards the beach and the seafront. The site is in here. A couple of very recent shots as the site is in the process of being demolished. The following photos are all previous photos taken while the nursing home was in situ. So this is the nursing home here on the end of South Cliff Road. This is number 55 with the nursing home adjacent, and you can see on this bottom left there was some balconies as part of the Pine Beach. Going up on here, this is the top of the site adjoining number 51 with the, and you can see the relationship between the original building and this neighbour here. This shot top left is taken from nearest property in Rook Hill Road, I always forget that, and shows the previous buildings on the site adjoining. This is taken from within the grounds of the original buildings on the site at Pine Beach, and this number 51 off to the side. These bottom two shots are taken from the balcony of number 51. And as you can see from that balcony position, which wraps around the corner of the building as views towards the sea, but also that the original building is clearly evident. And again, find a couple of set of photos. This is the side elevation number 51. We understand this to be a bedroom window looking towards the site, and this is from the garden of number 51, looking at the original nursing home on the site. Again, that relationship between those two properties. And this bottom one is the back of number 55. And what this shows is how the slightly unusual relationship of how close the nursing home was to this neighbour. So, Chairman, we have granted an application, or the proceeding authority has granted an application that can still be implemented, is in the process of being implemented. But the proceeding council has also won an appeal against the sort of creep of the building forward out, and particular to the reasons for refusal, as noted in the report, were the impacts on character. But on that particular instance, the inspector did not uphold the preceding council's reasons for refusal on a loss of privacy and detrimental impact to neighbours. We couldn't view the current proposal as an attempt to sort of split the difference between the approval and the dismiss scheme. In particular, the building still comes forward in this area here and increases the footprint of the living accommodation in here at the expense of the rearrangement of this access road. Notwithstanding that, as you see for the reasons we set out in the report, we're still not satisfied that the current proposals are an acceptable compromise between the scheme that was dismissed and the scheme previously approved. And for the reasons set out in the report, we continue to be of the view that the scheme has an unacceptable impact on the character of the area. I just want to draw members' attention to this view of the existing layout and that very sort of prevalent building line frontage position of the existing dwellings along South Cliff Road, and how the scheme attempts to sort of push at that frontage position, and also due to the scale and bulk of the building, obviously anything coming noticeably forward of that general frontage position is quite significant and noticeable in that street scene. So for Chairman, for the reasons set out in the report, we recommend that the application be refused. We also add that, as I say, at this point in time, the applicant has not demonstrated that the application cannot make a contribution towards affordable housing, and has also not submitted a suitable unilateral undertaking. And so those are the two additional reasons for refusal, and that is our recommendation as set out in the report, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I will now refer to the Democratic Officer, Mr. Tyler, who will read out any written statements that have been received relating to this application.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I can confirm that we have received one letter, one written statement in objection to the application from Pam Bradley. There have been no letters or written statements in support of the application, and following these, Councillor Leslie Deadman has requested to make her statement. So I will proceed to read out the one letter of objection. This was sent in by Pam Bradley, and it says that the written statement is from the immediate neighbours of Pine Beach regarding this application, and there were several residents of South Cliff Road and Rook Road that contributed to the statement. We, along with many of our neighbours, sent in objections to these plans last October when they were first submitted to the Council. As we are unable to attend the Planning Committee meeting and make representations in person, we as immediate neighbours of Pine Beach are sending this joint statement to restate and reinforce our strong objections to the application and request that it should be refused. In 2016, plans were approved by Christchurch Council to demolish Pine Beach Nursing Home and build 10 flats with underground parking. At that time, many neighbours objected to the plans on the grounds that the proposed building was too big for the site, out of character with the area, and would result in loss of privacy for immediate neighbours. The plans currently under consideration seek to amend the approved plans, making the building even bigger, extending some of the balconies, adding more windows, adding ventilation for the basement car park, and showing landscaping details which were not provided previously. The footprint of the building has been increased by up to 2 metres, bringing it well beyond the building line in South Cliff Road, and reducing the area available for landscaping. Also, some of the buttresses have been increased in both depth and height, and more buttresses added, and the front balcony has been extended, all of which increase the bulk and scale of the building. Many more windows have been added, and the privacy screens on the balconies have been reduced in size, giving concern to immediate neighbours about overlooking and loss of privacy in both house and garden. A large structure has been added to the garden as part of a ventilation system for the basement car park. It is unclear whether this will cause a nuisance in terms of noise and/or fumes, but it is very close to the pavement and faces directly towards number 34 South Cliff Road. The size of the basement bin store has been drastically reduced, and there is concern that if this is inadequate, bins will be stored at ground level, the obvious place being next to the ramp, which would put the bins immediately below the balcony of 51 South Cliff Road. The landscaping details include a boundary wall with railings above and a hedge behind with an overall height of 1.3 metres. This would be completely out of keeping with surrounding properties and a potential safety issue, as it would obscure the view for road users on a busy bend leading to the cliff top. This is not a small amendment. The increased size and bulk of the proposed building, together with changes to some of the exterior finishes to darker materials, will make it overbearing and oppressive and detrimental to the street scene. When rejecting an appeal over a previous application to enlarge the approved building, the inspector stated that the proposal would stand out as harmfully discordant and detrimental to the character and appearance of the area. That is equally true of the current application. Permission has already been granted to build 10 flats on this prominent site. This amendment does not increase the number of flats or bedrooms, but would make the building overly large and dominant. Please refuse this planning application. End of statement. Chairman, there are no more written statements from members of the public, but obviously we have Councillor Dedman waiting to make her statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Councillor Dedman, are you with us?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm very much with you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this. Just a note about the situation as was. I held a shareholding in the company which then owned the home, and I managed the home for many, many years, and that was partly, it's coming before you at the moment, but the home was closed by the company directors, and until the developer paid for the site, I naturally kept my shareholding. The whole thing was liquidated in 2018, so I have no pecuniary interest whatsoever in the site anymore. And I'd like to give my statement, but this is on behalf of the residents, obviously. And I've only got a very few reasons. I'm not going to keep you too long. One is that the proposal, as it now is, creeping, is much too large for the site. It's very obtrusive. The footprint has been increased by 2 metres. Doesn't sound much, but it actually is when you see it. There have been changes to the design and not to the good, and it's much more stark, the new design, very much out of keeping with the street scene. As you saw from the street scene, it's houses, and in fact the nursing home itself was houses. I think, as the officer told you, the houses had been joined together by a piece in the middle, but it still looked like houses. The revised plan had more windows, and they do create an overlooking problem. I accept that there probably will have to be that obscured glazing, but I don't know why they've done the windows. It was bad enough to start with. The basement bin store, which was really to prevent all these bins being out on what is left of the site, has been reduced, and there's an expectation, obviously, whether or not this is a planning consideration, that the bins will be stored at the street level. And added to that, there is now a ventilation system being put in. Now, as the residents have said, and as I also must admit, we don't know if that's going to be accompanied by fans, because although I read very carefully all the plans, I still didn't get the message about whether there's going to be noise. I'm sure the officers can enlighten us on that. But it is a very peaceful road. It's just by the sea. A big ventilation fan such as that will not add to the peacefulness. And I would also point out, and I think this is also very important, it does come out in your papers, I think it's 69 and 70, and has been mentioned, there's no affordable housing contribution on this. There's no section 106, and I think that is quite important at this stage if you are reconsidering this proposal. So for all those reasons, Chairman and Committee, I would hope that you go with the officer's recommendation and reject this application. Thank you very much, Chairman, for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I invite committee members who wish to speak to do so in the usual manner by typing RTS in the screen. I see that Councillor Hilliard has done so. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. So, as ward councillor, I'd like to draw the committee attention to section or paragraph 46. So this is the comment by the inspector. So, Mr. Hodges, the comment about irrespective of percentage increase. So again, we are talking a metre, 2 metres, but would you think that the inspector's comments still hold true, that it is still bulk and mass is too much, and in particular the building line? So those comments are appropriate?
Chairman, yes, thank you. Yes, clearly, where we have an appeal decision such as this is material to our subsequent discussions on and decisions, and we need to show that's the higher authority in the process. So we need to show that we've had due regard to how the inspector considered it. In making an assessment of the difference between the approved and what's currently proposed or what was dismissed, I don't think a proportion or a mathematical exercise is helpful. We need to understand what the context is. And so the context is about the position of surrounding buildings, the increase in bulk that flows from this proposal, and the impact that may have on the street scene and the wider character of the area. So yes, absolutely, para 46 is entirely relevant to your considerations today.
Thank you.
Has that satisfied you, Councillor Hilliard?
Yes, that's it.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions for clarification, if I may. There's mention about the extractor fan for the car park. Generally speaking, these extractor fans only come on when you get a certain amount of, air quality, poor air quality in there. I just wondered, can the planning officer just confirm that the fan wouldn't be running all the time, or is it as I've sort of described?
Thank you, Chairman. That's not clear from the plans. It simply refers, as you're seeing here, to the ventilation arch. I am presuming this is a building regulation requirement in relation to the basement parking. In the event of an approval, it will be a matter that we would be able to attach a condition to exercise suitable control, and on that basis it wouldn't form a reason for refusal in itself. And clearly we could have control over the noise level of any fan that was required, and ensure that was compatible with neighbours' living conditions.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is there's a reference to in the objectives to the buttresses, a couple of buttresses. I'm not quite sure where they are on the drawing. I just wondered if you could point them out to me.
Yes, Chairman. I'm just going to. I'm hoping you see. You probably can't read the wording here, but it's this element here. It says buttress material changed to stone and extended up. Whilst we are recommending the application for refusal to you, we don't feel that this is part of that overall reason for refusal. It's more the principle of bringing the whole bulk of the development forward on the plot, which causes the issues, and then also caused the inspector to dismiss the earlier scheme. But it's this element here, and you'll see this is repeated further on here, hopefully. But in effect, that's just been brought up to match the buttress on here. That's my understanding of what the buttresses are. And I believe a third one, ostensibly it's here, and then it's in effect providing a barrier and a buffer between the balconies proposed. That's my understanding, Chairman.
Okay, just one last point, and that is the issue about the building line. The building, and I can see that the building is just extending slightly further than the approved scheme, but only for a section of the building, unlike the dismissed scheme where it took it all the way along. Is that building line, is it sort of a mandated building line, or has it got any sort of legal bearing to where it is? Or, I mean, is it acceptable to go beyond that building line if you think it's suitable for that particular application?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, the short answer is yes, it's possible that an acceptable scheme can come forward of a prevalent frontage line. There's no approved plan over the road that says here must end all building on this particular road. So it's within the applicant's gift to propose to come further forward, and we need to consider that as on its merits. But what will matter in the assessment of that will obviously be the prevailing layout in the surrounding buildings. So where the prevailing layout shows a relatively strong frontage position between and relatively consistent, then if the building is getting forward of that, and if that building is a considerably greater size and scale than maybe the adjacent properties, we need to give due regard to that impact. But it's certainly not any form of policy or legal failing on the proposal. It's an assessment of its impact and on its merits, Chairman.
Okay, just one more if I may then, Chair, just to follow up on that. Given that the building is, the proposal is to take it slightly forward of what would have been the building line, but only for along probably about a third of the building, and given the distance between the front of the building and the pavement, does that present any real difficulties for you in planning terms?
No, I mean, I hope I've understood correctly. I mean, what we're considering is the impacts of bringing the building forward. And one of the things that I just want to highlight is that is part of the 2.5, 3, depending on how you read it, interpret it's part of the building which comes forward, as opposed to, let me just get the front elevation. So it brings this gable forward, which is obviously part of the taller part of the building, rather than this subservient part to the right, which steps down towards the house next door. So there's nothing in principle to prevent it. It's about the resulting impact of seeing that bulk of building come forward in the street, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Could we go back to the street scene, please?
Chairman, do you mean the photos, Councillor Stribley, or the layout?
The scene of the street. Previously, you showed us a view down the street.
Oh, sorry, the photos. I'm with you. Hang on a second.
Now, the building line looks fairly uniform, but the property on the left has a little bit jutting forward from the building line, the one that we can see. Those on the right look more or less in line, but when it comes to the development, we have no picture or plan of how the current proposal is likely to jut forward of that building line. Is there a plan which shows us that clearly?
Chairman, if I may.
We can't see any of the adjacent properties there on it. And there is so much mess on the plan, it's very difficult to see what we're exactly looking at now adjacent to the next properties.
Chairman, shall I show you the ordnance survey? The red line plan is probably more helpful in relation to Councillor Stribley's point.
Right. So which are we exactly looking at now? The bottom left-hand one, the bottom plan?
Yes, Chairman. So this is the red line application side.
And that's what they're asking now?
No, Chairman, that's it's taken from the Ordnance Survey plan, which is still recording the historic nursing home buildings that are on the site. So
we have no picture then of whether the current application before us is extending any further forward than the adjacent properties.
Chairman, if I may, it's on this plan here, so on the proposed. So blue line is the original nursing home building,
Yes.
and then the white is coming forward here. So on that line, you have the building come along this blue line, and then the proposal comes forward in here. You can
Yes.
see that the original buildings on the site step back a little bit at this point, reflecting what Councillor Debden's point about it being originally two houses that were interlinked.
Yes, I appreciate that.
And so the additional bulk sits in this area here, against both the original building and the green line, which is the approved
So
layout.
we're looking at that tiny bit, which may be fractionally ahead of the building line of the property to the north of it.
Correct, Chairman.
Yeah, okay. I hate these creeping applications, but that small protrusion really does look de minimis in the scene on this map. I have difficulty with we were told there were proposed additional windows at ground level to the basement car park. Is that right?
Chairman, I'll just take you to the rear elevation. Councillor should be referring to this particular elevation where the additional windows are indicated.
They're not then at ground level to the car park. They're not for the car park.
No,
Are those windows to be obscure glazed?
Chairman, the windows at the ground floor level are not shown to be obscure glazed.
That doesn't matter because they're presumably behind a fence.
Yes, that's exactly correct, and that was the conclusion of when the inspector looked at the previous scheme. Yeah. Can you see this blue line along here, hopefully? Yeah. So this says obscure glazing here. So these windows
all obscure glazed.
Obscure glazed, apart from this Oriole window, which is already approved, Chairman.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I don't think those additional windows are of much concern to us, nor do I think the additional roof light on the other elevation is particularly concerning. But I feel uncomfortable with the things as a whole. I'm currently sitting on the fence on this one. I find it really quite difficult. It's a bit like the curate's egg, this application. I don't see a problem with the windows. I'm not sure that the slight moving forward of that one end would have any significant impact in the street scene, whether it would barely be noticeable because of the size of the plot and the development. But I think I'm still to be persuaded one way or the other. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm actually very aware of this site because I know the area quite intimately. There was a big nursing home on the site and it took up most of the site space, so much so that the property behind and to the side were very, very close. I was amazed when the original application came before and they intended putting the number of flats in that they did. And I thought that the proposal then was quite big for the site. There is, and it always has been, minimum outside space on this building plot. It is very dense and it is on a very busy corner. And I think the proposal does enlarge the footprint quite markedly, bearing in mind the building line is actually quite close to the pavement. There's not a great deal of distance between the two, hence the requirement for the underground parking. And I think the approval of this would actually be detrimental to the street scene. I have concern over the bulk and mass, knowing this site well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you. So echoing Councillor O'Neill's comments, I propose, as set out, to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for that proposal. Do we have a seconder?
I'd be happy to second that.
That's Councillor McCormack. So proposed, Councillor Hilliard. Seconded, Councillor McCormack. Before we go to the vote, Mr. Hodges, did you have anything further to add?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I shall go to the vote, which will be conducted in the usual way. So the motion is to accept the recommendation to refuse this application, which has been proposed by Councillor Hilliard and seconded by Councillor McCormack. In the usual way, can you vote for, against or abstain? Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Le Perdivin.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
I'm going to go back to Councillor Davies. I'm not getting any response from Councillor Davies. I should go to myself. Councillor Bull, for. And one last chance, Councillor Davies. If you can hear but can't.
For.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion is 12, and there was one vote against the motion and no abstentions, so that motion is carried. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Moving on to the final application of the day, 6E, 15 Vale Road. I shall give Mr. Evans a chance to get it on the screen, which he has done so. Please indicate if you can't see it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, single-storey side and rear extensions, including a terrace above the rear extension. There are other works described in the application that you, in the report that you've had. Works currently being undertaken to renovate the house. They don't form part of this application, although you will see some of them in the photographs that I will show you. Just help you to place it south of Ashley Road off Bournemouth Road. If I said close to the John Lewis home store, it might help some people picture the area that we're into. South facing rear gardens on the south side of Vale Road. And what I'll particularly draw your attention to on the right hand side here is the steps, or all the steps. The gardens rise very steeply from the rear of the houses on Vale Road up to their rear gardens. So steps up from the, as it were, street level garden, and then continuing further up towards the rear boundary. So from street level, ground floor level, steps up to the garden. And when we come to the detail of the terrace above the single-storey rear extension, I think 4 steps down to what is already an elevated garden at this position. If I could just highlight the relationship to number 13 and the separation across that boundary, and number 17 and the development coming close to this boundary, these are retaining structures. This is not an extension. The limit of the extension is that line that I'm indicating on the drawing. Again, the front elevation, top left, various works being undertaken as part of the renovation of the property, not part of this application. And the right-hand top image shows that the single-story rear extension is already under construction. It may well have advanced since this photograph was taken, which is what makes the application in part at least retrospective. And I draw your attention to the patio doors and the new windows that have gone in on the upper floor, but particularly that patio door, which gives access potentially out onto the proposed terrace. On the lower photograph, that photograph is taken from outside of those patio doors, so that is taken with an eye level equivalent to someone on the terrace, or approximately on the terrace, and I draw your attention to how quickly that garden is already at eye level of somebody standing on the first floor level on that extension. Draw your attention to the screening to the right, and how that perhaps is best articulates how the levels change dramatically across the application site. Not a particularly skillfully done photo montage, but nevertheless gives a bit of an impression of the view as you look east towards number 13, again at eye level from the position where the terrace would be created on top of the single-story rear extension. The garden levels rising very quickly to at or above the level of the terrace, and the significant views potentially looking down into the rear garden of number 13, notwithstanding its changing levels and notwithstanding the views that already exist from higher up the garden. Somewhat different in terms of relationship with number 17, greater separation to the boundary with number 17 from where the proposed terrace would be, greater screening, and because of the level differences and the manner of the relationship, less intrusive in terms of potential overlooking. Once I have that image, I draw your attention particularly to the eaves height. There are slightly dropped eaves height, as you can see on the adjoining property, so the eaves height drops below the full ceiling height towards the boundary, so slightly lowered eaves height, and the position of that eaves height becomes particularly pertinent when we look at potential mitigation for the potential overlooking of the adjacent garden at number 13. So the proposals, as I say, some of the work's already done at the front of the building fall outside of the scope of this application, but are described in the report. Single-story side extension, where there's a smaller side extension, single-story rear extension, and in this drawing you begin to get an impression of the changes in levels as the garden rises, and therefore the relationship between the existing garden levels and the proposed terrace above the ground floor element. The existing garden level patio, which is on the drawings in which I explained was not a building. Going to how that relates on the rear of the building, again, the patio doors that you saw in the photograph, the single-story rear extension, I lost my cursor, the single-story rear extension already partly built, and the, I think, 4 steps down from the terrace to the level of the garden at that point before it begins to rise higher. An indication of that in that section. Draw your attention on there to proposed 1.8 metre high screen to screen the aspect to number 13 from the proposed terrace. And as I said, the reference point I'd again draw your attention to is that corner where the dropped eaves, which you can see on that top left image and on the bottom left image, that the proposed screen rises above the lowest point of the eaves. That's an important reference point for some of the other images that I would love to show you. So, just for clarification, the 2 extensions, the single-story side extension, the single-story rear extension. In their own, in that respect, neither of those extensions would have any significant impact whatsoever on the light outlook, amenities, privacy of either of the adjoining properties. Moving to the proposed terrace above the single-story extension, 2 things. Draw your attention to how it's inset from the boundary. There are 2 roof lights because of the slightly dug-in nature of this ground floor extension with its single aspect onto the patio. There are 2 roof lights in the flat roof, and that sets the terrace further away from the boundary. And again, the steps going down to the garden. So the mitigation, it's about a metre-ish from the boundary. There would be the screen coming up above the eaves at that point. There's something like 4 metres in the opposite direction to number 17. And I would suggest that because this is an existing bedroom window, always has been a bedroom window, there was previously a bedroom window here, because of that increased separation to the terrace, because of the different relationship to that adjoining property, because of the screening that's already existing, I suggest that there is no need to include screening there, given, of course, the existing garden levels and the opportunities that already exist for overlooking. However, on the right-hand side, as we look at it, 1 metre from the boundary with the adjoining property, there is an opportunity and a proposal to put screening onto that side of the terrace. Again, that reference point, the eaves and gutter height on that corner. The reason I keep highlighting that is because we can then, in looking at that photograph I showed you earlier about the relationship to the adjoining property, picking up that eaves height, and this is not an accurate representation, it's merely intended to give an indication of the degree of screening that would be afforded by that screen. This photograph taken from eye level on the terrace, the screen going above the gutter level, the screen being inset from the boundary by about 1 metre. I'd suggest that there is an opportunity to provide wholly appropriate and adequate screening that would permit that proposed terrace to be used without materially harming the amenities of any nearby resident. Chairman, with that in mind, the recommendation for you is to approve the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'll now refer to the Democratic Officer, who will read out written statements that have been received relating to this application.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So for this application, we have received 2 written statements in objection, 1 written statement in support, and there have been no ward councillors requesting to speak to this item. So I will proceed with the first statement in objection, which has been received from Joe Tasker of Ken Park Planning. The statement is as follows. I am speaking on behalf of the neighbours at number 13 and number 17 Vale Road, who both strongly object to the development. I hope that you will have received a letter from me, including a full explanation for this objection with photographs to illustrate this. We are very disappointed that the officer's recommendation is one of approval. We are astonished that there is such limited analysis and understanding of the impact of the development upon both neighbouring houses, as well as the statement that the terrace would be wholly consistent with the domestic character of the area. There are no similar terraces nearby. The gardens of all houses in Vale Road slope steeply up from the rear of the houses, making the rear amenity areas close to the houses modest in size, although offering valuable, easily accessible amenity space. They are close to each other, with only 2 metres between party boundaries. Number 13 is set at a lower level than number 15, and so with an even more vulnerable relationship. A strong objection is justified in this case. Firstly, this is a development that, if permitted, will have an unacceptable, overbearing impact upon neighbours, including significant loss of light to the kitchen of number 13. This has now already been experienced during the build process. Secondly, this is a development that, if permitted, will lead to loss of privacy and unacceptable noise and disturbance. This is because the proposed roof terrace is substantial in size, offering in excess of 12 metres squared. That is almost as large as the double bedroom it is proposed to serve. There are access steps up from the garden, as well as from the first floor patio doors. Screens are proposed as part of the development. Whilst this may limit direct overlooking between the patio areas, the large terraced area would, if permitted, offer close, elevated views of neighbouring gardens. Any screen should be in the form of a Juliet balcony to the patio doors, so that the roof cannot be used as a terrace. The creation of a large first floor terrace provides opportunity for gathering and associated noise at a height not normally experienced in a close residential environment such as this. Activity within rear patio areas and gardens at ground floor level is normal and acceptable. However, activity above at a first floor level is wholly unacceptable in this location. This is in addition to an uncomfortable increased perception of loss of privacy. We respectfully request that members refuse planning permission for the development proposed. I will now proceed to read out the second letter of objection, and it is from a Mr. Edward Jerry, who also lives on Vale Road. The statement is as follows. We are the owners of 19 Vale Road, and we have significant concerns regarding the officer's report to committee. The report does not consider and appraise all of the impacts that would arise from the development in respect of the proposed terrace, and therefore members of the planning committee are unable to properly consider the application. The most important points, not exhaustive, that are not covered in the report are set out below. Representations. 4 detailed representations were submitted regarding the application. These have not been accurately or fully summarised in the representation section of the report, or addressed in the section of the report titled Key Issues. The most pertinent point that has not been covered is that number 13 is set at a lower level than the application dwelling. Consequently, the proposal has a significant impact on the occupier of number 13 in respect of outlook. Key issues. Impact on the neighbouring amenity and privacy. Paragraph 12 of the officer's report considers the impacts that would result from the proposed terrace. Consideration is given to the matters of privacy and noise and disturbance. However, no consideration is given to the impact that the proposed terrace, including the privacy screen, would have on the outlook of occupiers of neighbouring properties, particularly the occupier of number 13. Number 13 is set at a lower level than number 15. As a consequence of this topography, the terrace's position close to the boundary and its height, including the privacy screen, the proposal would have an overbearing impact on the occupier of number 13. The use of the roof as a terrace has overlooking and privacy implications. The privacy screen is proposed to make the unacceptable terrace acceptable and is controlled by condition 4. This condition fails to meet 3 of the 6 tests for the use of planning conditions set out in paragraph 55 of the National Planning Policy Framework, by reason that the condition states that the privacy screen is at least 1.8 metres in height. This condition is neither precise, as the exact height of the screen is not specified, and therefore is not enforceable. It is also not reasonable, as in this instance it is being proposed to make a highly unacceptable form of development acceptable. Given the failings in the report, by the reasons that the points above have not been considered, members of the Planning Committee are unable to properly consider the application. The application should not be considered until the report has been amended to cover the points raised above. End of statement. And I will proceed now to read out the statement in support of the application from Jonathan Blackmore, who is an architecture from Watts Holt Agents and Surveyors. I would just like to point out to members as well that this statement does have images embedded within the body of the text. So if they were able to refer to the email I sent round earlier, they may wish to refer to the images as I read the statement out. Thank you. Much of the work could be carried out under permitted development other than the terrace. Having consulted the planning officer, who fully supports the application, we have sought to address the concerns raised by Councillor O'Neill. The rear extension does not generate a loss of light to either neighbour of 15 Vale Road. The rear extension can be built under permitted development, which could be built up to 4 metres high, rather than the modest proposals our client has sought to minimise the impacts on their neighbours as much as possible, as shown in the photograph. The proposed roof terrace shall have an obscure glazed screen, which will result in no loss of light or shading. In addition, the objector's comments state that our client's proposals are not in keeping with the area. Application number 01235-F was approved in October 2017, and that permitted a two-storey rear extension at number 27 Vale Road, which is higher than number 25. You will also note from the site plan image above that the two-storey extension is located on the boundary with number 25. The case officer commented the following: the two-storey rear extensions would extend significantly beyond the rear of number 25. Given the existing high boundary wall and partial vegetation cover, it would not be overbearing to this neighbour. Therefore, if a two-storey rear extension with pitched roof does not overbear on its neighbour, then how can a single-storey extension be deemed as overbearing? Simply, it cannot. All the gardens on Vale Road are terraced due to the steep topography. The proposed terrace, as shown above, is only 0.83 metres above the adjacent ground level, hence the minimal steps required to transition between the two areas. Therefore, it would be sensible to assume that overlooking from this terrace or the next higher terrace would be similar, if not more so, than from the proposed terrace. However, to further mitigate any perceived overlooking from the terrace into the garden of number 13, the client has proposed a 1.8 metre obscure glazed screen that would prevent any overlooking into or out of the terrace. It should be noted that the steep slope does negate a lot of the neighbour's concern for overlooking, as due to the height difference, if a neighbour wanted to look into the adjacent garden, they could simply walk to higher ground, and it would be easy enough to do so if you so wished. In conclusion, we trust that the committee will agree that there is no valid planning reason why this application shouldn't be granted, and that the committee members agree with the planning officer's recommendation for approval. End of statement. Thank you, Chair. There are no other public statements for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I now invite committee members to indicate in the panel if they wish to speak on this item. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have some difficulties with this application in terms of, and I have to say that some of the objectors have really wrapped up the issues quite well. I don't think I have any problem with the first floor extent or the extension at the back. No problem with that. But I do have a problem with the terrace. It is a very large terrace, and given the relative density of the properties there, I think because it's in the houses are they're squashed together relatively there, it does present a kind of an overbearing effect in its use. Conceivably you could have a lot of people out there, and I think they could be, you could have noise produced from a party or whatever. Use of a first floor terrace in such a confined area, I think does present problems for the neighbours, and I can understand why they're objecting. So whilst I have no problem with the extension itself, the use of the roof as a terrace, I think, does present problems. And just an issue about the overlooking, I think there was a comparison made between the window of the bedroom and I think it was number 17. I mean, there's no real comparison there, because what we're looking at is a comparison of somebody potentially looking from a bedroom window or looking into a bedroom versus the use of a very large terrace at the same sort of level. You can't really compare the two. They are completely different types of issues. So I've got my, I think that's my objections to it, and I won't be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've been very concerned about this location. In fact, I've visited on 3 occasions and seen the impact of this proposal from both number 17 and number 13. I'm going to make several comments. Can we go to the picture number 13 looking east, please? Right, my first comment there is, if you look at the left-hand corner where the new roof meets the old wall, Just looking beyond that is the frame of the ladies' kitchen window. Now that distance between the two is, if I stand in the middle and stretch my arms out, I'm just about 6 inches touching wall to wall. That is the main light area into that lady's kitchen. So the structure is already overbearing. If we could now move to number 17, looking west. That's rather misleading. Councillor Bartlett touched on it. It shows there a minimal terracing, but the bulk of the terracing is in the bottom left hand of the screen and is quite substantial. You equally have to ask why the steps up and down to a higher one of the higher garden terraces, and any use of those steps will overlook both the terracing at number 13 and number 17. This is quite significant because the gardens are, as we've already learned, very, very steep, and the immediate area outside of these properties are where people do have their private space and terrace. Everything beyond that is open to view. So on those bases, I have great concern about the terracing. I question its justification. I almost wonder if this is a flat that's developing as opposed to a house. It does cause serious overlooking, and to the lady at number 13, her loss of light, her loss of aspect is very, very serious. Indeed, adding a screen to this would further be detrimental. Having visited the site at three different times at different times of day, I can say that her light is already affected, and with extra screening it would be further affected and is very detrimental to her enjoyment of that property. I have nothing else to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I too am very concerned about this one. The development is to the west of number 13, so therefore in the late afternoon and evening, any sunlight that they get is certainly going to be considerably reduced. To have a virtually a 2 metre, 1.8 metre, whatever, certainly up to the eaves screen, whether it be obscure glass or not, is going to take direct light away. And there's been no mention of any screening to the rear of the proposed terrace or balcony or whatever you're going to call it. Because if that is simply open, then again they will have a high level look into the neighbouring property. I accept that anybody can walk up to the back garden, if they've got the strength to get there, and look down on their neighbours. Plainly that doesn't happen frequently, and to be fair, any one of us, if we wanted to see over the adjacent walls, we could get out the step ladder and climb up and have a look. The same as looking out of a bedroom window occasionally. When you have floor to ceiling windows, and that is quite a different issue, because you could have somebody sitting there all day long, casually watching whatever is going on. It's a totally different aspect altogether. And I'm a bit surprised at the recommendation, because we've had other applications for rear first floor terraces over an extension, or balconies, or whatever you might call them, which have been in more spacious properties with more space between the properties, refused because of the potential overlooking from the higher first floor level into neighbouring gardens. It's difficult to see exactly where the screen is going. We did have one picture where there was a line close to the door. Now, is that the line of the screen? So that's as close, very, very close to the door, somewhat reducing the the overlooking and the aspect of it, but nevertheless I can't see what's proposed across the end of the terrace, whether that's also obscured glass down as far as the steps. Perhaps somebody could clarify that for me.
Excuse me, Chairman, if I could perhaps just have the council on that. The only proposed obscured glazed screening is the 1.8 metre high screen along the boundary with number 13, which is this screen here. There is no screening to the steps because, of course, at this point, this is normal existing garden level. So the only screening is to that side. There's no screening of the balustrade around the rest of it, nor is there any screening to the end, nor to the stairs. Thank you, Chair.
So it then seems to me that the steps come straight out in line with that right-hand window then, and there is a balustrade, and is that glazed or not?
Chairman, if I can answer that, yes. The drawings show that it would be a glazed balustrade.
And would that be obscure glazed?
Chairman, no, it wouldn't. Although, of course, there's always the opportunity for members, if they feel it's necessary, to add to the extent of the glazing, of the obscure glazing. I suggest it would serve no useful purpose, nor would it be necessary in this case.
With respect, Chairman, I rather disagree on that, because there will be a view not only, or there would have been a view, not only towards number 13, but also towards number 17. And if there is no obscure glazing, again, somebody can sit on that balcony all day long and they have a total overview of the neighbouring property. And I think all screening around, should their permission be granted, and I'm not totally happy with that, but all screening around should be obscure glazed. It won't prevent somebody enjoying the use of the balcony if that is agreed, but it will prevent them sitting there or lying there all day just observing their neighbours. They'll only be able to look straight up their own garden, and I think that would be quite important. So I would propose any screening or all screening around this proposed balcony, should it go ahead, be obscure glazed. I haven't quite decided whether I could live with my conscience if it goes ahead, because I would certainly hate to be living next door to it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. In one of the objectors' comments, there was mention of permitted development, what would be allowed under there. Could the officer confirm what would be allowed, and would roof terracing be allowed? Thank you.
Chairman, no, the roof terrace, anything that included a terrace or a balcony would be excluded from permitted development. Clearly, the single-storey extension could be longer, projecting further into the garden. It could be somewhat higher, but it would not. It could not include a roof terrace or a balcony as permitted development.
And could you just confirm what height would it be? We see that height level there circled. Would it be as high as that permitted?
You've caught me on the hop there. I'm not sure on some of the dimensions in terms of relationship to the boundary. It could certainly be higher than the single story. Sorry, it could have higher eaves than the eaves currently shown. It could only be single story. I'm afraid you caught me on the hop there, Chairman. I can't give you off the cuff an answer, because I'm not aware of some of the dimensions in terms of its relationship to boundaries and so on. Sorry, Chairman.
That's fine. It answers the main point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. I find myself a little torn on this one, because whilst I don't disagree with the prospect of a balcony there, I don't think the fact of a balcony there or a terrace is in and of itself an issue, in my opinion. The only trouble is that I think to make that acceptable to the neighbours, that rather large slab of obscure glazing and the necessary obscure glazing actually push it over the edge. And I think that the glazing, if the terrace were to be there, the glazing is necessary. But also, I think from the neighbours' point of view, that is a quite ugly and horrible thing to look up out of your garden and see. So, in my opinion, whilst the terrace in and of itself is fine, I just think the things that are needed to make it agreeable are the things that actually push it over the edge. And so I couldn't support this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Was that a proposal? Did I hear there?
I'm quite happy to propose that, Chair. Yes.
I'll
Thank
second that.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just check who was seconding that?
It's Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. I have Councillor O'Neill wishing to come back, which I will allow. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I was just going to comment, Chairman, that my great concern on this single or upper storey terracing and the screening, and I refer back to it just to remind everybody, it's not just an aspect of from the backyard or the seating area of the neighbours' gardens. It is also recognising the substantial impact it has on number 13's kitchen. Her kitchen window, the main source of light into her kitchen, faced a wall before. It is now obscured further by a significant extension and would actually result in major loss if screening were to be put on top to accommodate an upper floor terrace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a proposal on the table from Councillor Johnson to go against the recommendation of the officers and refuse this application, seconded by Councillor Barron. Mr. Evans, did you want to come back in?
Sure. I'd appreciate having some further clarification from those proposing and seconding. Clearly, I'm hearing loss of privacy, harm to privacy, but there was also reference to loss of light and outlook to a kitchen window in the side elevation of number 13. And I wasn't sure whether that formed part of the motion that had been put forward. Was it just privacy, or was it privacy and loss of light and outlook?
Councillor Johnson, did you want to come back on that and clarify?
I will quickly, Chair. Yes, my motion was mainly on the loss of privacy to the gardens to the sides. I believe it was Councillor Neil who was pointing out the loss of light. I believe he knows the area better than me, so I'm quite happy to include that in the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything to add, Councillor Barron?
No, same sort of thoughts really. I think it's going to be very overbearing for the neighbours having a great big sheet of obscure glazing to look at the side of a house, and it's going to be sort of incongruous in the whole design of the houses as well. You know, it's modern opaque glass generally fits on modern buildings, not sort of period buildings that are there currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chairman, can I just get clarification on that as well? Because there was another issue introduced there, which was overbearing, which is a different judgment again from the loss of light and outlook and privacy. Perhaps we get clarification as to whether that is also part of the concern being expressed in the motion.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, no, sorry, I did forget that one when I summed up. But yes, I just think that that 1.8 metre sheet of opaque glazing, which would be necessary to make the terrace acceptable, is in and of itself overbearing on the property next door. It's just, it's in effect extending the height of the house further out than I would consider acceptable. So yes, I think it's also overbearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Evans, you satisfied to go to the vote?
Yes, Chairman, I'm now satisfied that the motion that has been put is to refuse on the grounds of the impact on both adjacent neighbours by reason of a loss of privacy, but also loss of light outlook and overbearing, most particularly in respect of number 13, the adjoining property to the east, since clearly there's not been anything said about light outlook and overbearing in respect of number 17 to the west, and I'd suggest that the degree of separation to that property would make such a case very difficult to demonstrate. So I'm content that it's loss of privacy in both directions, but loss of light outlook and overbearing with particular respect to number 13. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, with respect, can we add unneighbourly? Because I think it's overbearing and very unneighbourly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And as there's only one other councillor waiting to speak, I shall call him in, Councillor Bartlett.
No, Chair, the issue I had was the omission of the overbearing issue, which has now been addressed and is part of the move. So I'm happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the vote then. In the usual
Before you do, could I just ask one further question? We've now heard unneighbourly without it being articulated unneighbourly in what respect beyond the ones of loss of light outlook, overbearing, privacy. I think unneighbourly is one of those phrases, and unless it's clarified, I think we've already covered the impact on the neighbours in those other phrases. I'm not sure that adding unneighbourly brings anything to the table in terms of the intentions of the proposal before you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. That's not in the motions. So unless Councillor Johnson wants to add it in, I think we can leave it out.
No, thank you, Chair. I'd quite like to leave that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I should go to the vote in the usual way: for, against, and abstain. Councillor.
Sorry, Chair. Could I just make a comment on the unneighbourly issue that Councillor Stribley has raised, and that is the use of a large terrace at such a high height is effectively not conducive to good neighbourly conduct. So it is actually, the issue is one of the use of the terrace, and which as I said earlier on, I felt would be overbearing. So it's overbearing in nature in its use.
Thank you. That was exactly my point.
I can refer back to Councillor Johnson. It's his motion.
Chair, I believe that the motion covers everything that needs to be covered, in that I think the committee is quite clearly minded one way at this point. So if the general feeling is they wish to add that in, that's fine. However, I don't think it adds anything particularly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure that clarifies it. So I think the motion, as you put before, stands, and we can go to the vote on that as it stands. So, Councillor McCormack, this is for the motion to refuse the application.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Le Perdevin.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself, Councillor Bull. For. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion is 13. There were no votes against and no abstentions, so that is unanimous. The motion has carried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. that was the last application on the agenda for today. So I shall bring this meeting to an end, and thank you everyone for participating and for those watching from on YouTube. Members, if you'd like to stay for a few moments,